Oh, hey guys. Let's see here. Oh, God. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. Everybody's already here. There's already 43 people. Okay, so we're going to watch probably one or two clips here. The first one I wanted to show you was from a page called Court Cam TV. I think I've shown a couple of their videos over the old lifetime of the channel. They did a best of shutting down sovereign citizens in 2023 video. We're going to watch that. It's 15 minutes long. You guys will know some of the judges. You won't know other of the judges. It is what it is. Yeah. Steve is still here. Steve is here. I don't know if you guys can. Steve's right there. Steve's going to be getting a camera tomorrow, so you guys will see Steve again. Oh, and I messed my old camera up. There we go. There we go. All right. Back to what we were doing here. Let me load this video up and get started, and then we can see where the night takes us. Let's put this over here first. Pretend like we've done this before. Bang. There we go. Bring this up. And let's play the video, and then I'm going to do something real quick in the background.
In contempt of court for failing to appear for your jury trial on Wednesday. You have some misinformed, misguided notion that the laws of the state of Michigan don't apply to you. People refer to this as sovereign citizen, but that isn't what it is. There's no sovereign in it. I call it willingly misinformed defendants. There's no sovereign about it. And you wasted a whole bunch of our time, the prosecutor's time, filed a bunch of documents that didn't mean anything. You were always respectful, but she made this very generous plea offer several times, but you wanted to represent yourself. You wanted to have a jury trial.
No, he's not talking to a certain person with a lisp. I wish Broken System, Broken Trust got Judge Middleton. I wish.
The irony of this is that you demanded your rights as a citizen in the state of Michigan to be presumed to be innocent, to have an attorney appointed, and to have a jury of your peers. If you got a jury summons, you wouldn't have shown up. You would have said, I'm a sovereign and you can't dictate what I have to do as a citizen of the state of Michigan. But you're okay if you drag in 30 other people who took the day off work, who were nervous the night before. They came in here and sat around here for 45 minutes waiting for you to show up. And you wouldn't have shown up if you had been a juror. It cost the county $565 in jury fees, and it cost the jurors probably thousands of dollars to come in here for your foolish request. So the contempt was committed in my presence.
They're providing a copy of the state, everything you give the clerk.
The bond, I shouldn't have to give the bond. The bond goes straight to the clerk.
Anything you file that you want me to consider, you have to provide a copy to the state, sir. As you're representing yourself, you have to know those rules. If you don't, you're going to mess up.
That,
if you're not providing to the state, I'm not going to consider it.
Okay.
And the clerk doesn't make any determinations on that. All the clerk determines is whether you're innocent or not.
I'm not talking about the bond for the declaratory judgment. I'm talking about the bond for the clerk to release me today. I filed my eligible obligation.
What are you talking about?
Sir?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about an eligible obligation on the USCA.
Oh, you talking all that kind of stuff. I'm talking all that. And if I hear it again, I'm not going to let you represent yourself.
I wish every single judge would act like that. Be like, oh, you're talking nonsense. Yeah, we're not going to put that on the record. If you say it again, there will be consequences. That's what should happen every single time. Either be serious and do what you're there to do, or don't show up and get a warrant, which is also entertaining.
I promise you. I mean, he's already entered a not guilty plea. We'll set this for a pre-trial. We'll set it for a, don't ask me any questions like that, sir. I'm not answering any questions. If you want to file a motion, file your motion. We'll set it for our December, when's that motion day in December?
December 19th.
December 19th at 9 o'clock. Sir, you may, if you're going to do the sovereign citizen and all that, you may want to consider having the attorney.
I'm a private citizen, sir. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I'm a private citizen.
Listen to me. If you're going to pursue that, you may want to reconsider representing yourself.
No, sir.
But I'm not going to pay attention to any of that, and I'm going to strike all that.
Okay.
We'll see you
No
December 19th at 9 o'clock.
It's no problem.
That's
Oh,
enough. I don't want to hear another word.
okay. I'd like to also.
Another one? I don't want to hear another word. No, put him out.
Put your hands on me like that.
Hush. Get him out of the courtroom. I don't want to hear another word. I just heard another word, Mr. Baker. Hush. Whoa. Mr. Baker, I'm going to appoint the Office of Public Defender to represent you. I'm going to find that you're not competent to represent yourself at this time. I'm going to reverse my decision. The Office of Public Defender is going to represent him. We'll keep it on that December 19th.
It doesn't matter. You're obviously here legally. You were born a citizen. You may have.
I have changed my nationality is what I've done.
Where's your passport from?
It's issued by the government of the United States of America. It's not a blue passport. It's a different colored passport than that. Mr. Marvin says that there's no such thing as that, and that's fine.
Just so you guys know, if you don't have the actual passport, don't leave the country because you won't be allowed in. Like, you won't be allowed back. Sorry.
Wants to choose to do that, but I have had no issue. I have had no issue from anyone
Dear Lord.
or anything you that.
Erica, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I appreciate it.
Granted, I have not gone out of the country with that yet. I have not had the means to do
Yeah,
so.
good luck.
But
You go out,
either way,
good luck trying to get back in. My
Right.
advice is don't do that.
Mhm.
You'll be a man with no country. So
Well,
don't
I-
leave the country, but you're here.
Mhm. Yeah, like I said, according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I have a right to change my nationality. And the Crown Corporation here is trying to deny me that nationality, which really falls under a religious persecution issue here, because I don't want to have any more dealings with the Crown Corporation. And so
I don't know what universe you're from, but there is no Crown Corporation. This is the state of Michigan. In the state of Michigan, you have to have a driver's license. So you may have one.
Hey, Mr. Marty.
This name of this country does not refer nor identify the male in this corporation. I, Jamil Kumari, being forced to go against my will and my best interest. My right of due process have been impeded upon. Also, my Fourth and Fifth Amendment right have been violated. I invoke my rights of the Constitution to protect me and my best interest. I invoke my Fifth Amendment.
Okay. All right, then you vote the Fifth Amendment right, so you're not asking to testify. What are you asking me to do?
First of all, I have the right to face my accuser.
Listen. What are you asking me to do today, Mr.
You
Marty?
saying I don't understand.
Mr.
Just
Marty,
don't-
what are you asking me today? I'm gonna give you
No,
one
I
chance.
don't need him on my case.
Okay, are you listen, what are you asking me to
Or
do?
this one right here. This both them two right there.
Okay.
I got some that's conspiracy on what they trying to do.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Conspiracy, he says.
Continue my trial.
No,
Till I
sir,
get-
motion denied. What are you asking me to do? What are you asking me to do, Mr. Marty?
A fair trial.
All right now, you're gonna get a fair trial. Is there anything you're asking me to do right now?
I'm saying I don't need them on my case.
What are you asking me to remove them?
Yes, sir.
And then are you gonna represent yourself, or are you gonna hire another attorney?
I'd rather represent myself to get an attorney.
You already sworn in, so state your name again.
Jamil Kumari, sir.
Mr. Marty, you're asking to represent yourself next week, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that you're looking at life in prison if convicted of two life sentences.
All right,
Okay.
Walter, catch up.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you understand you've been offered a 25-year plea deal?
Yes, sir.
And when you said before you didn't understand that, you were not being truthful with the court, is that correct?
I mean, I'm saying yes, sir, to say yes, sir. I'm guessing you agreeing with me. I don't know.
No, I'm asking you a question. So you don't understand that, is that correct?
Understand what?
That you have been offered 25 years in prison if you pled no contest, and that would settle your cases. Do you understand that?
I don't know how to answer that.
You're going to have to answer my questions if you want to represent yourself, sir. If not, I'm not going to find you competent to represent yourself.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you've been off for 25 years in prison? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you said before you didn't understand that you were not being truthful with the court, is that
It's a
correct?
lot that's going on that I don't understand.
Listen to me.
Yes, sir.
You were not being truthful with the court. Is that correct?
I'm not gonna say I'm being truthful.
When you
I
said
don't understand.
you don't understand.
You got to talk to me in a level where I got to
Yes, sir.
understand.
I'm talking to you the same level.
But some of it I don't understand because there's some shit.
So you
that's
don't
going on.
you don't understand what's going on?
Half of it I don't.
Do you how far did you get in school?
9th grade.
Not far
Can you
enough.
read and write?
Barely. I could barely spell.
Okay. And you understand if you represented yourself, you'd have to do everything a lawyer.
Greg, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships.
I'm gonna do what I can that I've been trying to do.
Do you understand you have to do
I'm
everything?
better than him.
Listen to me. If you want to represent yourself, you got to answer these questions. If not, I can't allow you to represent yourself. So,
I ain't trying to make a fool of myself, but Your Honor, I don't need them two on my case.
okay. You can barely read and write. Is that correct?
I learned.
You're going to pick a jury Monday morning. I'm not continuing the case. And you're going to try the case next week if you represent yourself.
Okay.
And you read and write.
I'm gonna learn.
You don't have time to learn. So you can barely read and write. Is that correct? You don't understand about the plea offer. You understand that lawyers are trained in the rules of evidence, criminal procedure, and the law. They're there to assist you in preparing for trial and trying the case. Do you understand that? Okay, well, I'm going to find that you're not competent to represent yourself. Mr. Salim will stay on his case. Mr. Williams will stay on that case, and we'll see you Monday morning and pick a jury.
So he got to the 9th grade or didn't make it to the 9th grade, can barely read and write, can't spell, but for some reason, he thinks he's smarter than 2 bar certified attorneys. How does that make sense? I know personally, if I'm getting arrested and facing jail time, I'm going to want somebody who actually went to school for that to defend me, not just wing it, barely getting out of middle school.
What I have is what they provided to me.
Oh, I remember.
I'm gonna send you a copy of what I had sent them when I tendered the payment and they sent it back.
But ma'am, I don't know what you mean by payment. He says it wasn't a check. What was it?
Okay, it was a negotiable instrument that could have been used as
I don't hear an echo. Does anybody else hear an echo? Now I'm paranoid about an echo.
but it was.
Well, what was behind it? What kind of negotiable instrument?
Well, it was connected to the treasury.
May I approach?
The treasury? Like the U.S. Treasury?
Well, the Michigan treasury, not the big one.
I would ask, is this what you're?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's perfect.
I'm holding in my hand a document that says this is a non-cash item, not a check on the top. And may I approach you so you can take a look? This is what we're discussing.
Okay. I don't know what this is. It's got some numbers on it.
It's not drawn from a bank. It's not a check.
It was gonna be drawn
Payable through Tracy Moore and done in good faith as her address. It says it's paid to HP foreclosure. And then it has the United States Treasury, Pennsylvania Avenue, real property for set off an adjustment. And it's signed by Miss Moore without recourse. It says void or prohibited, non-cash item per 12 CFR subsection 229.2 U1, 2, and 4. And it says here, this is a non-cash item as defined by that section I just said of CFR and issued according to 12 CFR 229.2 K3 and 4. Non-cash item is an item that would otherwise be a check, except that a passbook, certification, or other document is attached, or it's accompanied by special instructions, request for special advice on payment or dishonor, or it has not been pre-printed or post-encoded in magnetic ink with the routing number of the paying bank.
I believe in other words, it's a piece of paper. It's not.
A negotiable demand draft out of the U.S. Treasury.
In other words, it's monopoly money, is what he's saying.
A demand draft drawn on the state government or unit of government that's not payable through a bank. Okay, I mean, you just, I don't know what this is, but you said that no money accompanied this. So, and this was, I don't know when it was dated, June 10th.
Mhm. It was within a time period.
But
But they held it and then.
well, let me ask you this.
Sent it back.
Where were they supposed to cash this?
Well, they would have sent everything to the treasury. It was all the original, it was everything. All they had to do was just send it to the treasury.
And the treasury has $153,749.97 that belongs to you, that then they were just gonna pay to them.
Yes,
Okay. I don't see how that could happen.
well, we wouldn't know because they sent it back.
Because my client can't do anything with that.
Well, when I called, why didn't they say that? They held it for 2 weeks.
They don't
And
need to do
then-
anything with that. It's not a payment. If there was a payment, they would have to accept that payment. There was no payment.
Your Honor, Ms. Lewis is present. She does not wish to
Yes, that is a Dare shirt. I haven't seen one of those in 20 years.
respond under this name. But she is present. I don't know if Your Honor can see her.
So what name today does Ms. Lewis wish to respond under? Ms. Lewis and I kind of know each other.
I resent that statement made by the court. It is my natural name. I was adopted and then I incorporated my name. I am sorry, Mr. Johnson. I do not disrespect you and I appreciate it if you did not disrespect my name.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. All right. For this gets too far afield. I know that this is the individual that I know to be Octavia Lewis, as we call her here. So what do you want to do in this case, Ms. White?
Yes, I was appointed to this case. I had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Lewis this morning. We are asking for an adjournment so that we can get discovery.
Without objection, probable cause conference will be adjourned. Let's just do October 5th. October 5th, 2023.
I'm through.
9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
You disrespectful.
Oh, okay. At the end, she said, "You're disrespectful." Okay. Let's see here. What did I miss? Yeah, I feel like some of the judges who have sovereign citizens or Moorish come across their courtroom, some think some think it's the greatest thing ever, and they just mess with them the entire time. And then other ones seem that they're so annoyed with it all. And I feel like Judge Middleton thought it was cool. Now he's just like, "You're the dumbest human being ever. Get out of my courtroom." Oh, does anybody have any news on Judge, the one that just got her channel taken down? Is she getting it back up, or is she done, or what? I'm trying to zip up my pocket and I can't zip it up. Yeah, I tried Googling it the other day. Could not. Oh, okay. Let me zip up my pocket and I'll see what this DM's about. Yeah. Did she get her channel back, or what's going on? Oh God, there's a troll. Oh, okay. Let's let's see here. I think I have this done still. I want to finish off, well, not finish because I don't know how long I'm going to go, but the next video is going to be an Afroman video done by the John Legato show because it popped up 5 seconds before I came on. Let me do that. Did Middleton get a haircut? If you guys haven't done this, so for thumbnails, we normally go through and, Google Judge blah, blah, blah. Judge Simpson and Judge Middleton have gone through some changes. For the thumbnail, I looked up Judge Middleton. There's some pictures of Judge Middleton when he's really, really, really young. No, Mitch, Judge. Oh God, I just blanked out on what her name is. DeSantis from Wyandotte. She got what's it called? She got her channel taken down. Somebody said she got prawn bombed, so YouTube took down her channel. But it's like, it's weird. Help me unhide J-Car. It was an accident. All right, we're gonna. My boy child has received possibly 20 Nerf guns in the last 5 months. And for some reason, people keep buying him better and better Nerf guns with harder and harder darts to the point where. Okay, let me see if I can. I don't think I can, Erica. What is maybe? Unhide. There we go. J-Car is back. All right. Let me see what we're working with. Maybe I should hit newest first. But yeah, they bought him like the suction cup ones, and now the front of these darts are just getting just bigger and bigger to the point where he hit me the other day with his good Nerf gun, and it actually hurt. The Drama Queen Mirrors is back again. Not shocked. Always bringing drama to where there is none. Let me go up and read this other comment from this new person, allegedly new person. Is it true that I just killed a man in 2009 and it's been 10, almost 15 years and nothing's happened, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's out of my control. Prosecutor KFARR, I am not. Oh yeah, Smitty, I do that all the time. That's why I stopped trying to do things. Living the dream. I bet you are. When you're living in Fantasyland, I bet you every single day is a dream year. Yeah, hopefully you get over your grief someday. Oh, God. There we go. All right, let's bring up this next video. I literally got 5 minutes into this 9-minute video. Let me censor a small bit of this video because, as you know, Afro Boy just goes ham right off the bat. Any updates on his case? Oh, God. Okay. That's how much we're going to, let's go. Why aren't you the expert in dismissed legal cases in Alabama, KFARR? Yeah, the KNN does not stretch that far. Any KNN updates on the broken system, a broken trust trial / case? We're waiting for, what is it, the 12th of next month is when he goes back to court. Drop the link for what, sir or ma'am? Oh. Let's see here. Is Afro mentally disabled, perhaps? I think he may be an example of inbreeding. I'm not going to lie. I think his dad and mother are possibly brother and sister. But, yeah. Vegas, I'm mad at you, bro. I was sitting there. I saw the thumbnail. I saw the thing getting ready for a live stream. And then he dipped out on you and went to go stream with Paul. Let's see here. Because this is going to be great. Let me put this up on the screen first, and then I'll go a Googling for you. Oh, I probably am not bringing anyone up. Maybe Texas Navy Techs will probably come up at some point, but that's it. All right, let's see here. Let's do this, and then let's, for our boy Vegas VIPs here, let's go a Googling for him. Oh, thought I nuked my entire thing there for a second. He traveled to Paul's stream. Yes, exactly. So we got broken system, broken trust. Now, broken system, broken trust, yes, has 63.8 thousand subscribers. I wouldn't consider this an echo chamber. I don't know if you saw, me and Mears disagree on everything because I think he's a drama queen or she's a drama queen. I'm not sure. But yeah, so yes, Broken System, Broken Trust, 63.8 thousand subscribers, 347 videos. And his last video that he did 4 days ago got 151 views. Let's check out his shorts from probably today because he's probably going to drop something. Yes, so it looks like he's talking to San, Joaquin Valley Transparency, and somebody else. And it has 5,000 views. And it looks like 1,000% someone else's content. There's another short from a few days ago that is a short he's already posted like 3 or 4 times. It has 2,000. So, yeah, he's not exactly... I don't think he's doing it by the book, Vegas VIPs. I don't think he's doing it by the book, if you catch my drift. Wait, I'm echoing now? Oh, I see what you guys are doing. Yeah, like I just talked about how a judge just got her channel deleted for someone randomly coming on and prawn bombing the court. Oh, God. Did Vegas VIPs dip out? Oh, no. They called it an echo chamber, and I said, I don't think it's an echo chamber, and then everyone started going, echo, echo, and I'm like, I get what you guys are doing. You're an echo chamber. But yes, to answer that 10 minutes after you asked it, yes, I believe he is well, Vegas VIPs, do you know nothing of the guy you were trying to stream with? So yeah, he made a explosion threat on one of my premieres. It got back to the judge, and the judge recused himself and gave it to another judge because he didn't want it to look bad if he, found him guilty, and then Josh would have said, oh, it's because he was biased against me, blah, blah, blah. And then Josh tried to... He had a Zoom link to that judge's courtroom, even though he had no business going there, and still tried to jump into it and talk shit to the judge. But yeah, and then he made let me tell you what it said, because I think I posted it on my community post here. He was talking to someone, and the person said, threatening judges doesn't help. And his response was, I will keep threatening them, which isn't exactly the best move if you just threaten to explode a judge. Yeah. Judges? Broken system, broken trust is Josh. I'm just trying to enlighten Vegas VIPs of who he was potentially trying to get into bed with. And now he's jumped headfirst into Paul Unslaved his RV, I guess, if you will. Josh do a dumb. Yeah. So unlike him. I think at this point he may be trying to go to jail. That way he really doesn't have to work and he can just be annoying as shit to everyone. Yeah, I had to turn it off after he got on because it was just so bad. Once he started talking about what was it? Every military person from World War II, let's just say Korea until now, is a war criminal, according to Real Mike Fake News. It's cold in the winter, jail has free heat. I don't think, room number 17, I don't think the heat is working so good, you know what I'm saying? I think I've said this before. I think every single judge should just do what they did to Jeremy DeWitt, where it's like, hey, part of you being released from jail is you have to delete your YouTube channel. That is what should be done everywhere. Yeah, I sense I sense 2024 is not going to go well for public safety. I don't think it's going to go well for Rogue Nation. I think it might go well for Tiffany because she won't have to see Chris anymore. So that's exciting. Kaiser Cameron, but what does that mean? I don't know. That's two different people. Oh, yeah. He said Eric Brandt was his hero, which is hilarious. Yeah, I just want to see him either get to the point where they have to delete their channel or they get probation where they physically can't get any content. Or they'll just turn into Rogue Nation who just stole other people's content and posted it on his page. Rogue Nation, what's that? Rogue Nation is a frauditor out of Florida that has many felonies. All right, let me hit play on this video, and I don't know if you guys can see it over here. I moved my coffee station to the corner. He's an idiot from, I'm assuming that means Jerry's channel. Oh my God, that's the first person I thought of. Imagine LIA having to delete his shit. That would be terrific. All right, let's go. Be right back.
The John Legato Show. I'm John Legato.
It's showtime, folks. It's showtime.
This is Afroman. He's one of the original street performers known as First Amendment auditors. Casey's facing some serious jail time. So before he heads off to the laundry room at some correctional facility, it's time you meet the Afroman. Afroman's with his buddy, and they're currently roaming the halls of Marion City Hall while under a trespass order.
Casey, you've previously been trespassed from this property.
I want to learn something. Seriously, do you want to look it up? Hey, go ask Sergeant Hancock. He said I would only have a temporary dumbass trespass until after the case is over.
Is that what he said?
Yes. Is case over?
I don't know.
It is. That's that one over there.
You can come here too for the official business.
Yes.
For judge's order.
Plus, the
What's
judge
your-
already
what's
said
your
I can
official
come here for.
business?
I don't have to tell you what my official business is.
You've
I
been
don't.
trespassed,
I
but
haven't been.
you're
Go
allowed to be
ask
here
your
for
fucking
official
chief.
business?
Do I have to tell you what my business is every day?
No, but sometimes.
No.
Yeah, sometimes.
You're
you
not
do.
sometimes my father. You're not some.
If I was sometimes Afro Boy's father, I would have kicked the crap out of him a long time ago. This kid is A, extremely uneducated about anything he talks about. B, he's just the mouthiest individual. C, he has no... Okay, so this may be just an old way of thinking, but Vegas VIPs, his sister did that like years ago, my guy. Maybe it's just an old-timey KFARR moment here. I respect women just out of, being taught correctly, I guess. So I'm not going to go and start swearing in front of women. Like, I didn't swear in front of my mother until I was like 24 and almost out of the military. Like, that's how long it took me. But this guy's just throwing F-bombs, will call any woman anything, to the point where he has protection orders. Like, half the city's females have protection orders against him. Like, if I did that in front of my father, he would have dropped me right there on the spot. But this guy's father is just like, oh, no, yeah, fight the man.
Sometimes my mother.
Casey, here's
What?
the deal.
What's your name and badge number? You haven't even identified yourself. Neither
212,
have you, and neither have you.
Officer Copeland,
You
215.
have been trespassed.
No,
for
I
a year.
haven't. Prove it.
We have
Go
it on
and- go and
record
get
at
it.
the police
Go
department.
and get it. Why wouldn't you bring that to prove it to
We asked our dispatcher.
Why
before
wouldn't
we
you
were
bring
here.
that to show me? I'm not going off hearsay. You guys lie and a lie and a lie and a lie. I've kicked your guys' ass in court. I kicked her dumb ass in fucking court.
All right, we're going to step outside
No.
for the rest of this conversation.
And then a separated shoulder already.
Okay.
All right.
So
with
please,
us
I will.
willingly.
Just let me go, and I will willingly. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
All right.
I'm just nervous as fuck when you guys are driving me. Because
Okay.
that is a battery. Do you understand that, right?
Step outside for me.
Wow, this is just irritating me. I've already talked to Mike and told you guys to please, leave me alone and shit and stop, doing this to me. So now, once you get filed, guess who the fuck the blame's coming on? Okay. You.
So the trespass order is in effect for a year from the time that it was issued to you?
You can't.
Trespass effect. You're going to be
Jesus
issued an
Christ.
echo citation and sent on
I'm
the
going
way.
to the police department.
I'm going to issue, I got to issue your citation before
right.
you're not detained anymore. Okay.
All right, well, fuck. Do whatever you got to do. You guys got a lawsuit coming your way.
Okay.
Afroman believes that there's no active trespass warrant, but there is.
Why did you show up and start barking orders when you
You
don't
have
even
an
know?
active no trespass?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Prove it.
Our
Prove it.
dispatchers have. Okay.
Prove
We
it.
don't
I'm not
carry
listening
her
to your
around, so-
retarded dispatch. She's not even a cop. She's dispatch. What?
So this is just going to be from my personal experience. The person sitting at the computer always has more information than an officer in the field, unless that person is just intimately familiar with the subject. You're going to call in, traffic stop, for example. You're going to call in and say, hey, this number, this number, this number. What does it mean? And dispatch is going to radio back everything that the computer says. So, oh, that's hearsay. That's hearsay. It's like, no, the dispatcher is getting it from the most reliable source that they have, because the officer cannot get to that source while standing on the sidewalk talking to you.
What does she know? Not a fucking thing.
Dude, that's just how we file our trespass order. So.
I don't give a fuck. Show me. Prove it. Not hearsay. Prove it.
We don't have to show you the order for you to be.
I don't have to tell you why the fuck I'm here either.
This is a major sticking point with all auditors. Police and law enforcement rely on computers to determine active warrants. We can make arrests based on a computer check. Because if you think about it, traffic officers do it every day without having to show anything.
Me and John Legato are like this when it comes to this shit. Yeah, I didn't get this far in the video. I think I skipped around to about 5 minutes to see if there was anything wacky that he did that would mess up the live stream. But yeah, that he nailed it. Warrants work the same way. Hey, does Casey, whatever the hell Afro boy's last name is, does he have a warrant? Do. Yep. Okay, cool. And that's that. Like, that's how it works. The officers don't just keep a reel in their head of every single warrant everywhere in the country.
Shitty example for Marion. You already have it, Kylie.
He looks like Sideshow Bob.
You haven't even identified yourself.
I'm Officer McCoy.
You are. So yeah, you're the piece of shit that illegally arrested me.
Okay, I did not.
I know you're only
arrest you,
19.
sir. Okay.
And you, what the fuck's your name?
You know, this is simple. When I had an active warrant in my hand, I would approach the individual, identify myself as an FBI agent, flash my carets, and instruct him that he's under arrest to turn around. Once you announce that someone's under arrest, it's no longer up for any discussion.
I already got your body cam and dash cam for my illegal arrest. Because got a lawsuit come your way. But you don't give a fuck.
Never told me. I never asked.
And you're all giddy and smiley on the body cam and all that shit.
I'm just here to make sure nothing happens, alright?
You straight laughed about it. I had a panic attack and now I have a concussion and a separated shoulder. Do you know that I got a separated shoulder from that arrest? And now I had to go to fucking physical therapy because of you pigs?
Sounds like...
You know, one of the requirements of the Auditor Club is having some type of infirmary. The shoulder, the arm, the leg. We know our minds. Have you ever seen a healthy auditor? Think about that.
No, let me, you guys know I hate it, but I do it all the time. Let me piggyback off of that. So yeah, when I jump to a frauditor with ailments, I always picture Wolverine Transparency, who literally every 3 seconds says, oh, I'm in hospice, I'm dying. The doctor is giving me 3 months. But then 3 years later, he's still out there kicking. That's what I picture when you think of ailments. Also, yes, you had a concussion. You had a separated shoulder. To me, that means you probably resisted. I could cuff myself right now and not give myself a concussion or a separated shoulder. Beth, he's definitely a virgin. Yeah, he talks. This is the thing that I hate about him specifically. He talks so much shit, but then the moment he gets any pushback, oh, I'm having a panic attack. What? Like, if I was having panic attacks this easily, I would not continually put myself into situations that would give me a panic attack. And his broken arm, yeah, that's every frauditor has bad elbow, bad shoulder, bad back, bad knees. Yeah.
You're robots. You don't know a fucking thing.
Well,
Nothing.
It is temporary, not a...
After the case, already fucking told you
show her
that.
some respect.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Casey, here's the thing.
What?
Any business has the right to trespass anyone.
Sir, when I commit a crime, you dipshit, have I committed a crime?
Well, actually, he's committing a crime as he speaks, since he's presently on property that he's legally prohibited from being on. It's called trespassing.
Why is it when I come here, the cops show up, but anybody else can come to this building?
Because you go in here and bother them.
Because you're not supposed to be there, Casey.
He did nothing. He
Exactly.
just went, he did
You
official
insinuate a lot of
business.
bullshit.
I know. Yeah, it's just not true, though. I know. So what are you going to do today?
Well, we
What are
are
you looking
leaving,
for?
but they're not letting me leave.
Yeah,
I'm
he
being illegally
literally
detained
goes in
right
there
now.
for official business. He even has, a judge's order that says he can do such.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I'm in there as well.
The judge said I could
And then they all just storm him and then throw him out.
They actually put their hands on me, and I would like another complaint form for battery, because you cannot just come into a public building and start grabbing people.
Okay.
Like, why? And especially no proof. You can't just show up and tell me some bullshit with words and expect somebody to believe it. Come with documentation. Come with paperwork. If I'm really trespassed, show up and show me. Don't just show up and be like...
Again, not every officer is going to keep folded up in their pocket the trespass for this guy. I don't know. I keep forgetting his last name. Casey, whatever. Casey, a.k.a. Sideshow Bob. They don't just keep that in their pocket just for this one moment where he's going to show up. No, it's kept in a computer system that dispatchers, again, have all the access to in the world. If it wasn't for... No, dispatchers aren't frontline first responders, but dispatchers probably play the most vital role of anything because they send the people where they're going, they get all the information to them, and they have access to all of the information. Every warrant for everyone everywhere in the country, if they have that system. Like, if I run do, it's happened when I was working at the police department. Do. Oh, you have a warrant out of Georgia. Hey, Georgia, do you want this guy? Oh, yes, put a hold on him. We'll come get him. Dispatchers play a very vital role to say, oh, they need real documentation, not hearsay. That's absolute bullshit.
You all go down to the police department, and I'll show you the paperwork.
I already got it.
Okay,
And
then
it's
why do you
fake.
need to see it again?
Because it's fake.
In case you didn't hear this last exchange, Afroman is being hysterical because the police haven't produced a trespassing order. So the chief of police says, come on down, I'll show you the paperwork. But Afroman says two things. I already have the paperwork, and your paperwork is fake. You know, at this point, there's no rational solution. So the police try to be nice and hand Afroman a signature bond. A bond which allows him to go home and promise just to show up for court. But Afroman won't sign it.
I just want, I want legal communication.
Perfect.
Not
If you wish
illegal.
to challenge this in court,
yes,
that's your
that.
right.
I'm going to see your ass in there because you're the one giving it to me.
8:30 in the morning.
I cannot wait to question you on the stand.
Okay.
I cannot wait.
This is your signature bond?
No, I'm not signing it.
This is
I
your
ain't
bond.
signing it.
Okay.
I ain't
This is
signing
what you
it.
sign as a
I'm
promise
not
to appear.
signing it because I didn't do nothing wrong.
Do you know what a signature bond is?
I don't give a fuck.
That's where you're released on your own
But
recognizance.
I haven't done nothing wrong. I am
But that
not
means-
signing anything unless I have committed a crime or done something wrong. Other than that,
Again, this is just like a ticket. It's not, you're not signing it to admit guilt. You're signing it to say, oh yes, I'm an adult, I'll take care of this.
fuck you
It's
and
not
my
an admission
signature.
of guilt.
No, I don't care. You don't need my signature.
Everybody's considered innocent.
You don't
until proven guilty.
bullshit. And why do I end up in a box and neglected and shit and not even given a phone call and all that until the next fucking morning? And even when I ask for my phone call the next morning, the jailers tell me the fucking Lynn County phone jails aren't working.
I'm unfamiliar with your situation.
Oh, I know. You'll all be familiar with it by the end.
Situation
I'm
here,
not signing it.
This is a
I'm
signature
not
bond.
signing it. I don't care. I didn't do nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I would be more than willing to sign it.
There's
More than
also a
willing.
bond amount of $503.
Stop telling me bullshit, dude.
You
I'm
can
not
go down to
signing
Lynn
it.
County and pay that, or you could just sign this here.
I'm not signing anything
Or you can go
unless I
down to Lynn
committed
County
a
and
crime.
stay there until you get dipped in the morning. Jeez.
So here's the thing.
I'm trying to figure
Sign
out
the
why.
form and go to court,
But
or
why
they're
would
gonna
I
lock you
sign
up.
Why? Why?
Because you're being arrested. You're being charged.
With
And if you
what?
don't agree with the charge,
I
court
would
case.
rather get arrested.
So in conclusion, Afroman's an arrogant child. He was trespassed for harassing female clerks at City Hall. And you already heard how he treated the female officers. The police are under no duty to show the actual warrant, especially since Afroman has a copy. So why were they playing these games? An arrest warrant states the words, you, the officer, are hereby commanded to make the arrest. No pacifying some bottom feeder is necessary. The Alligato Show is being broadcast from outside the gates of Marine Corps Base Camp Boone.
I just wanted to get that part in. All right, so we're going to be done with that video. Let's see what we got. 48 minutes, 59 seconds. That is a new record for a stream. Let's see here. I went and checked out Vegas Vips, his last video, which wasn't really anything. And now I'm trying to, hard to argue with a broken jaw. You are not wrong. Oh, God. I have to check up on my usual list of suspects. Yeah, it turns out Glenn Serio. Does anybody know if Glenn has probation? Because he is definitely taking it very strange. All right, also, because Glenn Serio is an idiot. If you remember the officer he was harassing, Jacoby, Brett Jacoby investigated and disciplined by Internal Affairs. So obviously I took the bait and I had to read into this. Today I received information on Brett Jacoby before he worked at the Everett Police Department. He worked for the Mesa, Arizona Police Department. It appears Brett Jacoby had a history of use of force allegations and discipline. Now I'm going to read this because I think it's hilarious. I don't think Glenn knows anything about anything. So let's see here. The allegations were unnecessary or improper use of force. Administratively closed, March 27th. Disciplinary actions, none sustained. Days/hours suspended, 0. Allegations not sustained. So to me that reads he had an allegation that was proven to be not true. Yeah, it's, let's just say in my head, he probably paid for it and the condom broke. That's the only way I can think of it happening. I don't think anybody willingly goes into that situation. All right. Recent on a video about death threats. He's claiming he will use his Second Amendment rights to defend himself and his family, even though he's a felon, has no Second Amendment rights. Yeah, that's terrific. Is it a new episode? If Glenn Serial lost 300 of his 500 pounds, I'm pretty sure he would still be a hideous looking man. Did you see Cult News episode? He was arrested for disorderly conduct. Now, I saw his 2023 recap, which included an arrest, I think at the end somewhere, but I don't know if that's new or not. I was shocked to hear that. Yeah. Ugh. Glenn knows how to overeat and underbathe. All right, let's see what we're working with today. Silence Boy, King of the Beta Males. That's a video that I might click on later. I know that video's old because she lost her channel. Let's see, who else? You know who we can check out? Lucky Laptop News and then JC News Now. And if neither one of them have done anything in the last week, I'll probably hop off here. Maybe. Let's see. Lucky Laptop News. He went to go looking for bald eagles, so we're not going to watch that video. And JC News Now. Extreme protest and salty language. Oh, apparently somebody threatened JC News Now. Somebody threatened Jimmy Hague. I don't believe that. Oh, God, I'm going to have to make videos on JC News Now. Cult News admitted to me that in his comments, he was editing the video of his arrest. Not shocked. Is Riot Girl still around? Yes. I think she actually... Ugh. This coffee's not hitting like it's supposed to. Yeah, it looks like both of these videos, JC News Now, I am not a large man. I sit at about 5'10", 210. I'm not a large man, but I'm not a small man. JC News Now, Lucky Laptop News, Fake Mike Real News, Broken System, Broken Trust. We were just watching his videos. Afro Boy. All of these guys talk so wildly to everyone, knowing full well my 3-year-old could put any of them in the ground. Like, there's a point to me. I'm average white guy size. Like you, yeah. Like, I don't understand. All of this shit, they talk such a big game knowing full well if anything was to actually pop off, they would be the first person put in the ground. Like, I will never understand that. Like, I don't go out talking shit to people, but it's like, I know a thing or two about a thing or two, so it's like, okay, yeah, I can handle my own against pretty much everyone that's stepped up so far. None of these guys are stepping up to anyone, especially if it is a wife of a police officer. More than likely, and it's in Kentucky or Missouri, I believe, more than likely, she's got a gun on her. I'm not fighting somebody with a gun on them. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I need to try something because this coffee just is not cutting it. They write checks their bodies can't cash, and then they wonder why every single time they get arrested. Oh, I have a separated shoulder. Oh, my elbow hurts. My shoulders hurt. It's like because you resisted and you found out real quick. Did some research on the Hells Angels and you chickened out. Good call, bud. Good call. Why do you keep getting unsubscribed? That's because YouTube hates me. I'm not gonna lie, YouTube hates me. It's called sleep. Well, you might have something there. I'm not gonna lie, you might have something there. I was gonna answer a question, but then I forgot. Ooh. Oh, why do you keep getting unsubscribed? Yeah, YouTube hates me. I'm kind of on an upswing the last couple days, which is probably why I popped back up for you. But yeah, it's been happening since I started my channel. I'll go up 10, 20 a day. In the middle of the night, I'll lose 5. And then the next day, I'll gain 20, go lose 5 again. YouTube just hates like a handful of people that is subscribed to me. Good night, Erica. Hopefully, the girl and friend will let you sleep. Oh, I bet you that my body's gone like this all day. It's going to get worse and worse come the summertime when the other baby gets here. It's going to be outstandingly just me chugging coffee all day. That's why I don't cover Long Island Audit. It's his fake niceness makes me want to vomit. And then everybody's like, oh, he's so nice to the people he covers. And it's like, no, he's not. That's anybody who's not just, blowing him in his chat can clearly see that he's fake nice just for the camera. It worked wonders for him. I saw a picture of him the other day from like 2015, 2017, and he had all of his teeth and looked like an okay person. And now in 2023, almost 2024, he looks like a hot can of garbage. Oh, thank the Lord. Yeah, you're fake nice to most humans too, KTZ. I'm not. I understand that. Hey, bud. Or maybe. LIA is one of the most condescending people out there. Yes, 1000%. And for some reason, his low IQ criminal audience just eats it up every single day. He has his own script, in my opinion, and he does the script in every single video. And it's just like, please, dear God, stop making videos or change something. Hello. Marco. Nope. Oh, boy. Now, 6 months later, no teeth, no home, no money. He's how to say this? I think Josh is bizarro KFARR. Where it's like everything I am, Josh isn't. Oh, I'm a nice person. I'm caring. I'm educated. I'm a good father. I have a home. I have a car. I have my driver's license. And then you look and you're just like, Josh is none of those things. Crazy. Weird. Okay. Let me dig in here. I'll try to find a video and then we can watch that and then I can all IT. They're not as white as they used to be, but they're okay because they're still there.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed, sir.
Good deal. I was having some issues for some reason getting on here.
It
I
happens.
just want to say something.
That's what makes you a true YouTuber. Technical difficulties.
All the time. The one thing I want to say is, like, going back to all these injuries and stuff that they have, was because most of these guys who are quote unquote cop watchers need to stop cop watching and start weight watching. You know what I mean?
I mean, I can count on one hand, off the top of my head, MCC, gigantically overweight.
Yep.
Georgia Transparency, stresses out his flip-flops like I've never seen. Glenn Serio. What is it? Alabama, or no, it's like North Carolina or South Carolina, whatever, gigantic man. And not in a good way. Who else we looking at? Glenn Serio, that Carolina guy, MCC. Oh, Wolverine Transparency, duh.
Oh yeah, don't forget Wolvie. Yeah.
Well, I mean, without the hand and the toe, I mean, I imagine he's weighs a little less. All right, let me see here. I got this, Erica. You can go to bed. I got this. So she didn't. I got to find those streams. So Vegas VIPs, I don't know if you've got 10 hours to spare, but probably 2.5 years ago, when all this nonsense started with Josh threatening to assault me, threatening my children, blah, 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 I did 10 hours worth of live streams over 2 days with his sister and his brother-in-law, who basically have cared for his eldest daughter her entire life and now have custody of her, and basically cared for his ex-girlfriend and her children and his other child for like the last year until I think midpoint this year. So it's like they're doing everything to keep Josh's people actually alive, where Josh is off like sucking corn dogs with Wolverine Transparency. So it's not she betrayed him, it's that he has done everything in his life to fuck everything up for everyone.
Yep. Vegas Vip, she's been up before on multiple channels talking about the entire thing, so you can go look for it.
Yeah, if there was a the guy, I'm drawing a blank on his name, the guy who watched Mount Vesuvius explode and wrote a story about it. I feel like I'm that guy. I'm him. And Vesuvius is Josh.
You're talking about, yeah. Yep.
Like that's how I feel. I'm over here writing the book of broken system, broken trust, and how bad he's messed up.
Yeah, Pliny the Elder. Was it Pliny the Elder?
Yeah. BSBT said he doesn't care about his kids. Oh, straight up, last week, 2 weeks ago, his ex asked him, "Hey, can you pay child support for your other child? Hey, can you help out with Christmas gifts?" He said, "No, I'll see him when they're 18."
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, yeah, ignore your children for 18 years, and I'm pretty sure they're not going to go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the younger wrote the book and the elder died. I believe that's how it worked. Yeah, it's like, God, I hate that everything always devolves into broken system, broken trust. But Vegas Vips, Vegas Vips, if you want to email me and I will give you the story and documents of what I have, which is a lot, but it's like, yeah, you don't want to be connected to that guy at all. He seems like it's a great idea because he's got 60,000 subscribers. You get more views than he does. You don't want his help doing anything. Yes, that's what I thought. The elder died.
Okay.
And the younger did okay. I wish we did that nowadays. Just gave people the same names. Said, yes, you're the elder and you're the younger. Oh no, I'm not going to bring him up on my channel, but I will write a book. I was thinking about writing a book and I needed a topic. Turns out that's the topic. I'll put it out Hezekiah style.
Nice.
Let's see here. Connor Bedard, OT winner, do not care.
Oh, the one with JC News Now, it was so funny because he went into like some rando cop station to get like complaint forms from cops he doesn't even know, right? And he goes out and he's filming in the parking lot, and this woman's like, hey, stop filming, like get a life or whatever. And he comes over to her, and apparently she's got her kids in the car, right?
Yeah.
And she comes
Which he
out
probably
and
doesn't
she
care
says,
about.
and she says, if you don't get your camera out of my face, I'm basically gonna knock your dick in the dirt. And he runs back into the police station, being like, "I have some serious issues now. This woman just threatened me. This, that, and the third." Fucking.
It's not a threat, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion. If you say, if you do X, then Y and Z are going to happen, it's not really a threat. If you just say, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you, that's a threat. Like, again, Josh, if you say, I'm going to blow up a judge or drop bombs on the judge, that's a threat. If if you say, if you continue to record my children, I'm going to punch you in the dick, it's not really a threat. That's just, hey, this is what's going to happen.
It's called
it's a
cause
promise.
and effect. It's a promise. It's not
Mirrors,
a promise.
mirrors,
It's cause and effect.
Mirrors, I don't want to, somebody needs to sit you down and you need to go to grief counseling because you're like a one-trick pony, my guy and or gal. Eric wants, let's pray for forgiveness together. You can go do that. I think you need to have a straight jacket on and thrown in a padded cell for a while. Yeah, again. If I just meet a dude, it's different. There may be some cussing involved. A female and her kids are like off limits to like fucking with, if that makes sense. But some of these guys are just like, that's the target I want to go for because I want to go for the most vulnerable people to get a reaction from other people.
Because I guarantee you one thing: if I'd have been there, and I'm not a big dude. I'm 5'8", right? But I'm like 230, right, and all this kind of stuff. And I guarantee you this: if I'd have seen him interacting with her and he was giving her crap, and I walked up to it, he would poop his fucking depend.
Well, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, and that's probably what he wants. He wants somebody. It sounds terrible, but these people seem like they want someone to just walk up and just drop them, so they can be like, "That's a lawsuit. That's a lawsuit." Like that's all they want. They don't want to be a functioning member of society. They want to do anything they can to fall into a lawsuit. What was my scariest experience in the Navy? I think I've told that story before. We were going through the old Straits of Hormuz, and a bunch of, for some reason, Iran isn't smart or like can't put two and two together. They sent a bunch of like patrol boats after us with like RPGs and 50 cals, like against a carrier, a bunch of destroyers and cruisers, and it's just
They do that. They do that all the time. They do that all the time with the U.S. Naval, especially the aircraft carriers that come in.
To the point where like we were just on the fantail, like, all right, I guess we'll watch this. Like, paint splinter. What does that mean? Mirrors, I'm glad you're off the same topic, the same one-trick pony. I'm glad you've kind of expanded your horizons. Frauditors / SovCits have a history of domestic violence and attacking women 99% of the time. Funny story, broken system, broken trust has a conviction for domestic violence. Shocker.
Yeah, Scott McCree, we're talking about the Iranians.
Iran.
Iraq and Iran.
I mean, that happened. We had, let's call it a goat boat, if you will. Let's call a goat boat. We were going through the Suez Canal. Well, I guess we weren't even going through. We were waiting to go through the Suez Canal. Obviously, a gigantic aircraft carrier is only dwarfed by like a giant cargo ship. So basically, we have the right of way always.
Yep.
There's this little tiny goat boat. Have a guy doing this, driving right at us. And we sent, for some reason, our security, it was the dumbest thing. They had laser guns. Literally, they just shot lasers, like laser pointers at them. And they were just in his eyes from where I was standing, because I was on aft lookout.
Yep.
Just to look for goat boats. And they're doing that. They have helicopters coming right down on top of him. And the whole thing is like, if we hit him, we hit him. Like, I'm not going to feel it. Like, he's just never to be seen from again. But, like, have I ever done a tour of the Midway? I have not.
Yeah, I haven't either. I'd like to get out there, but getting out to Hawaii.
I would like to go everywhere, World War II related. But I know that I don't have the money.
Well, if you get a chance, there's a good one. Was it the Lexington in South Carolina? I went up there for that one, and they also have a World War II submarine. And of course, I'm a bubblehead. Like I was on two. Well, I'm not a bubblehead in the fact I was never stationed on one, but I was on two different submarines, and I got I had my dolphins, right? And I went on board that submarine, and that was crazy how small it was compared to what we have now.
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay. No, it was just crazy because the thing is, all their racks were these like, little like would you like little camping racks you would get, right? And they're all up on the wall, right? And so
Yeah.
they literally like come to and pull the racks up, and then you just pull them down from the wall when you get back on them. Like it was, I mean, it's
the closest thing I've been to is the God, what is it there in? What is it there in Norfolk? Is it the Wisconsin? I want to say it was the Wisconsin. I did the tour of that. And I was like all in my feels, like, man, I hate Japan all over again.
Right.
but like, yeah, that's the closest thing I've been to. And it's just in my head. So again, I've been watching History Channel, Military Channel my whole life, basically growing up. And I always thought battleships were just massive. So I went on an aircraft carrier, did that whole thing, and then I saw a battleship, and I was like, oh, that's not even that big.
Well, the thing was, like, that was like probably the craziest thing. So first off, Scott McCrae, bubblehead is a term used for someone who's served on submarines. And so if you have your dolphins, which your dolphins are your submarine, like enlisted submarine warfare qualification, you get like a warfare pin for it, and they call you a bubblehead. And that's what they refer to submariners as. And I remember the first time, this is back in like 2006, I went out there and I got on the USS George Washington. I remember being in Norfolk and walking down the pier, and the Washington was on the starboard side, and on the port side was the Reagan. I think it was a Reagan. It was one of them, right? And I remember walking down and just being in awe at how big these damn ships were.
That used to be my walk every day when I was in Norfolk. When I walked down, we had the pier all the way by its, like, you know how the piers on Norfolk go.
Yep.
The subs are like way at one end, and then the carriers are way at the other end. Well, we were on the last pier, and it was us on the starboard side, and next to us was the Bush. And then it was when the Enterprise was getting just like ransacked before it got decommissioned. That was on the next pier. And then it was one of like the amphib ships. So there were just these like four massive ships, and my walk was walking through that every single day.
Yep.
And it's just like, holy shit.
I remember I was we were in Antigua. I think we were in Antigua, and we're sitting there, and it was me and in my first class, because I was a second class at the time. And we're just sitting there, like right next to the beach, just fucking drinking beer. And I think I told the story before. All the females we had would go shopping, come drop their shit off because they knew we weren't moving. Because it was like 25-cent, El Presidente liter beers, right? And so we're just sitting there doing our thing. And I looked out there, and you see the night lights that they have on the aircraft carrier. And the aircraft, obviously, we had to take a Liberty barge to come in because the shoal water was so bad that those carriers actually have a lot of girth underneath the water, like part of kind of like an iceberg. And so they can't come into what shoal water is like shallow water. Sorry for those that don't know, it's very shallow water in a lot of the ports. And so the carrier was just out in the distance, and you just looking at this thing at night, and you're like, yeah, that's scary as fuck. I can understand why people don't want to see a U.S. aircraft carrier sitting off their coastline.
Well, shit. when it comes to like the Israel shit, we had 2 of them just posted like,
Yeah.
I don't want that smoke.
Well, we used to say on like the Washington, the phrase, the phrase, because every aircraft carrier has like a phrase to it, right?
Yeah.
For the George Washington, it was 97,000 tons of diplomacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does the peanut butter shot hurt? No, the peanut butter shot doesn't hurt. It hurts the fucking next day.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
because it bubbles. It bubbles on the butt. It's not fun.
I was a top rack. Got the shot. I'm like, oh, it kind of, it's sore, but it doesn't hurt. Went to jump out of the top rack the next morning, hit the ground, leg just gave out, and I was on the floor. And I'm like, what the fuck?
And I think it's always on the right. It's always on the right side, right? So
Yeah.
the thing is, like, yeah, your entire leg is done for. Yeah, it's. And they call it the peanut butter shot for those that don't know, because it feels like peanut butter getting injected into your damn skin.
Back in 1990. Oh, maybe I should just click on it and then read it, so I don't have to keep trying to find it. Back in 1990, I worked at a shipyard in San Diego. I drove by the Exxon Valdez every day. On the dry dock. The dry dock, that was the craziest thing when I was in dry dock, because you had a carrier like the mooring lines were out. Some gigantic pieces of like wood were underneath it, and that's just what it was.
Yeah.
And it's just like this is sketchy. And they're like, oh, do you want to go down there and take pictures? And I'm just like, fuck no. A, that's a hell of a lot of stairs to climb to get down there. And B, what if it falls? What if the dry dock becomes a wet dock real quick? Like, I'm that person, by the way. I'm always looking for things to go wrong.
Yeah, well, it was crazy because the stairs leading up to like the board, the the George Washington, was almost at a damn 90-degree angle, right? Because they're so big to get up to, just to go up to the quarterdeck, like request permission to come board. It was nuts how big these things are, and it's just, and then when they're out there doing like little maneuvers and stuff, like practicing turning and all this kind of stuff, it's amazing how well these things maneuver in the water. It's shocking. Oh, KFARR, you may have had this experience. While I was on the George Washington, we had a man overboard one time because some of the deckhands thought it'd be funny. I don't know if they were bosun's mates or aviation or whatever. Decided it'd be funny to throw Oscar overboard.
You cut out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said when I was on the George Washington, we had a man overboard because a couple of the deckhands, I don't know if it was like bosun's mates or who, decided it'd be funny to throw Oscar overboard.
We had some problems with fake man overboards because people were cleaning out their spaces.
Yeah.
Because we were about to go to the shipyards. So everybody was cleaning out their spaces, doing everything, blah blah blah. Knights Rebel Tackle, lay down, don't fall again. Dear God. But yeah, everybody was cleaning out their spaces, and obviously, for those of you who don't know, most of the trash goes in the water.
Yes.
So people would be running night ops, is what I called them. You would run out to the fantail as fast as you could with garbage, throw it in the water, and then run back in. Well, several departments were throwing away bags of glow sticks, or they were. It was like glow sticks and the little stupid dye packs. So like for like a week or two, we'd have probably like 5 or 6 fake man overboards.
Good
just
God.
Because somebody was running and throwing shit over. And it's just like, can't you guys just throw printers and copiers like it was deployment again? That was the good old days.
Yep.
Oh, that's coffee's hot still. Dear Lord. Oh yeah, the peanut butter shot does prevent some fancy things.
There's a lot. Like you get a whole bunch of folks from all around the country in the same berthing for weeks on end in boot camp, and you're gonna come into contact with some weird shit.
That's how you catch the ick.
Yep, it is. It really is.
God. No, the peanut butter shot was nothing compared to the smallpox thing. That was gross and disgusting, and everybody
I
smelled
luckily
like
enough
death.
never had to get it. So
Forgot where it was. Which one was it on? I don't even remember which one it was. Oh yeah, it's right there. I can't see it because it's not fucking big, but there's little scar right there that I will have forever because of the smallpox.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
I think your camera was too. There you go. Yep.
Yeah, with it, me moving everything around, I had to move back to the giant monitor, which sits higher. And to get everything in the screen, you can only see like this much of me. Oh, fucking A. No, that was a good one that I think everybody already watched. Oh, God. I'm not even going to get into it with that idiot. I got a weird Harvey Freebird, I'm assuming, page popped up. It's called... Oh, God. It's called Freebird Family. And obviously Harvey Freebird commented because he's like, oh, it got a sovereign citizen tag because the cops are sovereign citizens. And I had to correct him. It was a whole thing.
Internet is just giving me all kinds of grief.
Vegas VIP. You know that kid? Oh, God, what was it? When it's a meme or a GIF or whatever, when the mom's like, why can't you just be normal? And then her kid is in the backseat just screaming at the ceiling for no reason. You're that kid. Like, why can't you just be normal? It seems like you don't seem like it. You seem like, if you were familiar with Big Wes audits, you seem Big Wes audit. You're just young, don't know really what you're doing. So you choose to audit. And eventually,
but this is not the path. Yeah, it's not the path you want to go down, Bubba.
Yeah, it seems like Big West was smart enough to realize, oh, this is going to ruin my life because it's illegal, and he changed his ways.
You know what got him to consider that, right? Because he got arrested.
Yeah, I don't even think that he got arrested one time. I think it's that he got hemmed up so many times in like a month, where he's like, oh, this is like, this has consequences.
Well, I thought according to him, when he was talking about it, like his little like redemption stream or whatever, how he's no longer an auditor, I thought he only got arrested once, but that was enough to let him know that if he keeps this up, he's going to get arrested.
I want to say he got like ticketed or arrested like 3 times in 1 month.
Gotcha.
Because I know he was behind a police department trying to mess with their cars or some shit, and I forgot what happened. He either got ticketed or arrested for that, and he just it was just a snowball effect over a month where like anything bad that could happen to a frauditor seems to have happened to this one guy all at once. And then he's like, oh, this shit's going to ruin my life. I'm done with it.
And honestly, the thing is, that's what's so funny about Afro Boy. Afro Boy bitches and complains that he can't get a job because he's been arrested so many times. Now, of course, he blames the city, right, for arresting him for doing this crazy shit.
Because it can't be his fault.
Yeah, but that's what's going to happen to you in Vegas if you keep doing this stuff and you keep out there frauding and all this kind of stuff. Like cop watching, do you think? Cop watch, does mind the rules and all this kind of stuff?
I was going to say, if you want something, go watch Ironton Auditor. That's how you cop watch. You stand back, you record, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, do that. That is respectful work. It's honest work. You're not going to get arrested. You'll be able to have a nice rapport with the police. Do that.
And you know what, the police, and here's the deal, because I'm getting ready to go try for the academy myself. And the thing is that if you're respectful to what they're trying to do, they respect the Constitution, they respect the amendments. I've taken, if I become a cop, it'll be the second time I've taken an oath to the Constitution, and and all this kind of stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That was always my thing. Big West was arrested on prison ground. Yeah, with what's his name, CRA audits, who was apparently also stopped.
Stop listening to what's his face, Craig, right?
Yeah. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, Big West got attacked by tyrant bees. Yes, he was. That was a good time. I made a short about that. That was a good time. It got me 30,000 views. That was a good time.
That's hilarious.
You should have your chair on a slow moving track and set up a couple of workstations so you can change your setup all the time. So as of right now, showing this part of my house is off limits because it's the laundry room. But if you noticed, I kind of keep my office set up constantly moving back and forth from over here. Like I just changed it yesterday. I took everything apart, reassembled it everywhere, moved a 30-gallon fish tank from one side of my office to the other side.
One thing I want to love, like if I get to do what I want to do and I get my channel, I go back to my channel and start running it again, is I'm going to put up a blue line flag because I love the fact that they get so mad at this aspect of the blue line flag and they try to claim this like flag.
It's a terror flag or a gang flag.
It's a gang flag. And it's a violation of the flag code.
The flag code.
I hate to tell you this. Number one, it's not. It never has been. Never will be. And number two, the flag code isn't anything you can hold up in court because the United States Supreme Court ruled that you can burn an American flag. As much as I hate that, as an aspect of the First Amendment.
This is the way I look at it. I fought for your right to be a fucking idiot.
Moron, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, I have my thin blue line flag right here. It's hard. I just have so much shit that it's hard to get everything in frame all at the same time because, like, right now I have the American flag. I used to have back there the Moroccan flag, the thin blue line flag. But then I'm like, well, I spent weeks building this wall. I'm going to show off my wall that I built.
Mm-hmm.
But so I've been trying to get everything everywhere, but it's just so difficult. Oh, God.
And and the thing is, like, as much as I hate watching people, desecrate I did not take an oath to a physical aspect like a flag or the government, for that matter. I took an oath to the idea of the freedom of the United States and what that flag stands for. So that's where we had.
It's an old video where a Moor kept calling himself Moorish.
Oh, it's what's his name? Henry? Or is it Harold?
Wait, what
he
now?
calls himself Moorish. It's like Harold or something. They call himself Moorish.
Did you hear that? I thought I muted myself.
No, I heard you. No, I heard you.
Okay. No, somebody asked me. I'm confused. I keep seeing people say Moorish, but I don't get the joke.
Oh, Herbert.
From
Scott McRae.
Herbert Studskill. Okay, so Herbert lives in my area. He visited a police department. I know, right? He visited a police department that my friend works for. I had to inform his entire department of who he is. That was a great time. I was thinking of putting up a 1936 East Germany flag for the same reasons. All right.
Well, it's kind of like because the one that really irritates me that goes after the flag all the time is AFA, right? And I can't stand that ass.
No, Blue Tits just needs to sit down. Like, you're not a freedom fighter. Like, the only thing you're fighting is high blood pressure. Like, stop.
Yeah, and diabetes.
Yeah, diabetes.
Diabetes.
Where is Herbert? Herbert's
he's back
2 cities over from me. Yeah, he's 2 cities over from me. One of his audits took place at a place that I had every single birthday at for like 10 years. It's like a giant swimming pool place. And then next to it was a pizza place that I ate at every single Friday for like 5 years when I lived over there. So when I saw that, and everybody's like, oh, he's in this city. And I'm like, no, he's not. I know exactly where he's at.
Yep.
God, yeah. Who else had a problem? Chile had a problem with it. Broken System, Broken Trust has a problem with it.
Well, Chile cracks me up because all cops are, tyrants and whatever he calls them all the time until someone, touches him or something. Then he's like, oh, you have to protect me.
Where's a boot? I need to lick it. Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Let me deep throat the boot because I feel like my feelings got hurt.
Well, this is my thing about, so some auditors are like sniper rifles where they're like, I'm going to attack this specific thing. And that's what I'm going to stick at. I'm not going to vary. I'm not going to do post offices, police departments, courts, town halls, blah, blah, blah. They'll pick one and just do that one thing. Or like in Broken System, Broken Trust's case at this point, he only shoots for like 2 cities and a court because he's always at the court and he's always in those 2 cities. Where Chili just uses a punt gun and just tries to hit as many things as humanly possible to get as many views as humanly possible. He's like, he's a frauditor sometimes. He's a 20-year law scholar sometimes. Sometimes he's a sovereign citizen. It's just like, my God, pick a lane.
I think it was John Legato, because John Legato puts us like, sometimes he puts up like some old videos, right? Yeah, I think
so. I didn't just discover him, but he's been popping in the algorithm like for the last 2 weeks. So
I've been
video,
watching him for a long time. I've been watching him for like at least a year, right?
Well,
and apparently he's a former Marine who was also a former FBI agent.
Yep.
Okay. And that's why he talks about being outside of like Camp Lejeune or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I played that last part because he says it in like every video.
Yeah. And the thing is that it was Chili getting owned by a lawyer. And she called him like, she's like, you're crazy. Like, you're not crazy, but I think she's like, you have no understanding of the law. Right?
That's something that I find funny. All of these people seem extremely intelligent when they're talking to, I don't know, Steve Goomba on the side of the road, who, like that sovereign citizen that was in courts, like didn't graduate the 9th grade, can't read or write, can't spell. When they're talking to that person, they seem like a fucking genius. When they're talking to other auditors, they sound like a fucking genius. But if you talk, like if they try to talk to somebody who went to like community college for like one class, they look like an idiot. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
I mean, because it's not hard. It's not hard to baffle people with bullshit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I can throw out a bunch of terms that people don't know or whatever, or pretend like I know a language that I don't know just by throwing out random shit, and they're gonna be like, "Wow, you really know this." And then the truth is, I know nothing. It is an absolute fucking lie.
Well, Van Balian does a good job of this. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I try to do it as well. They will say something in a video. I believe the last Van Balian video, it was like Chicago versus like a bus company.
Okay, yeah.
And they tried to quote that as why they don't need insurance to drive or don't need a license to drive. And he kind of dug into it and he's like, yeah, this is actually about a bus company that couldn't get like a license to drive in Chicago. But that has nothing to do with someone in California driving because it's a Illinois specific. I think it was like the Illinois Supreme Court.
Right.
So it's like, it's first off, it's that state specific. So it has nothing to do with California. And it's like, if you can take those things, it doesn't take a genius to Pennsylvania versus Mims. Oh, this is what it says in its entirety. Why did you cherry pick one sentence and not actually finish any of it?
Well, and they do it all the time. It's like whenever they talk about, I can't remember which case they keep citing. It the one about not having to have a license to drive or whatever, and I can't remember. But the way they cherry pick it is that what the court said is that as long as you are following the regulations put forth by the state or by the city, then they cannot deny you the ability to drive, right?
Yeah, I want to say it was which one is it? Hendrick versus Maryland, I want to say.
Something like that. They keep quoting it, but they keep misunderstanding. What they're saying is it's not that you don't have to have a license to drive. What they said is that it's the same thing with the traveling thing, right? Is that, you know, you can travel from one state to another. The state does not have a right, as long as you're not violating any laws, to treat you any differently than they do the actual residents of said state, right? And that is what the right to travel has to do with it. And then later on in the 70s, it got extended to the aspect of being able to leave the country and come back, right?
Yeah.
As long as you are, you know, it's like the Supreme Court case in California about concealed carry. The thing is that because California was denying people who fell into the actual parameters of what they said should be had for concealed carry, they were denying them the ability to conceal carry. And he took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, well, if they're following your entire law that you put out for them, you cannot deny them. Hey, Loki, how you doing, darling? You cannot deny them the right to conceal carry, right?
Yeah.
And that's what this whole like driving thing was about, was that, yes, you cannot deny them outright the ability to drive if they are following all of your laws, right?
Yeah. I forget what was it. I'm drawing a blank if it was Thompson versus Smith or Hendrick versus Maryland.
I think it's Thompson versus Smith is the one that they quote all the time.
But they will quote. You'll say, "Oh, what Supreme Court decision allows you to drive without a license?" And then they'll quote that Supreme Court decision, and I'm just like, I know that that's incorrect. And then it's like, I want to say, because I've looked at it extensively, I just don't remember which one it is because they're the three I live by. That and Reitz versus Mealy. The paragraph before it says the state can require you to have a driver's license.
Yeah.
Reads something along the lines of you don't need to have a driver's license unless, and then the next paragraph starts, it says unless the state requires you to have one. And they're like, well, the first paragraph is what you should go by. And I'm like, if it's like a list, then you need to go by the list. If it says, oh, you can clearly drive a toaster, but it's like, well, if the toaster doesn't have an engine, doesn't have any tires, doesn't have a steering wheel, it's like, yes, then you can't drive a toaster if it doesn't have those things.
Right.
Oh, God.
Well, it's like a lot of these cases, though, it's like the same thing with Pennsylvania v. Mims, right? The thing was initially it was understood until they came across later on with California versus whoever, right? To clarify in Pennsylvania v. Mims that when you are on a traffic stop, everyone in the car is being temporarily detained, right?
Yeah.
And the cop has a right, and it wasn't that they all of a sudden there was a Supreme Court case that added to it. It was a clarification that yes, the cop under Pennsylvania v. Mims has a right to also direct the passengers of said car to either stay or get out of the car. Not only not just the driver, but everyone else in the car as well, because the entire occupancy of said car is now under a temporary detainment because of a traffic stop.
Oh, God. Yeah, they're the worst with case law. It seems like everyone's agreeing with that. They're the worst with case law because they don't, what's the word? Trust but verify.
Right.
If you tell me, oh, this case law says this, I'm going to look into that case law and say, okay, I'm going to verify that. Where the people who buy the script from their guru online receive a random 8.5 by 11 piece of copy paper with random quotes from Supreme Court cases on there.
And they act as if it was law. They act as if they try to show these people this printout as if it was law.
Yeah, my biggest thing was, oh God, what was his name? I'm drawing a blank on the guy's actual name, but he went to court he went to see Judge Slavin. He got his scooter towed or some bullshit.
Oh, is he the one that got everything towed? Like he got a car towed and then he got his
Oh no. That was the guy I just did. That was the guy I just did
okay.
yesterday.
Okay.
He's in Washington-ish area, I believe. But this guy was from Michigan. He saw Judge Slavin. Judge Slavin's like, oh, you're a sovereign citizen. Okay, bye. And then he went to go see Judge Washington, and the prosecutor there, he tried to turn in his piece of paper that had all these case laws on it. And she's like, yeah, I tried to look up this specific case law.
Yep, I remember.
And it doesn't fucking exist. And he was just like, and it's just like, this is your bullshit. You couldn't have just run that down yourself to just, if I was trying to get something over on the court, I'm sure as shit going to be like, maybe I should check to see if that's actually what it says.
Oh, Loki says,
I have a legend in the SovCits lawyer joining me tomorrow to make fun of broken system, broken trust. It's such an easy topic to make fun of to the point where I've had to step away from it. He's done, I think, I have too many screens up right now. Regarding passengers being removed from the car during a traffic stop, it's Michigan versus Long. It's also Maryland versus Wilson.
And there's also a California case, the California versus somebody else that had kind of what's a good word for it? Supported that aspect of all these other cases. Because there's a California case too, and it talks about, and I think the California case specifically talks about them being able to tell passengers to stay in the car. And certain of these cases are like clarifying whether or not a cop can order somebody out or order someone to stay, right? And Pennsylvania v. Mims specifically started out saying that a cop can, on a traffic stop, order you out of the car for any reason whatsoever for police safety, right?
Oh shit! No way.
What?
Loki has Kim Blandino's attorney.
Yeah.
That's interesting. No, so Broken System, Broken Trust has started live streaming with Paul Unslaved. I don't know if you missed that.
I heard that, yeah.
He has
Yeah, I
streamed
heard that.
in the last 5 days. He's streamed 6 times, and I have covered 5 minutes of the first one, and that's all I've done. Because so Josh is dumb.
Yes.
Paul's a wackadoo. Paul is like he's a fan of pseudo law. He is also going into oh God, if Andrew Tate was like the Gucci of the male empowerment movement,
Okay.
Paul is like the Dollar General version, where
Oh,
he just
wow.
has a bunch of people on panel and wants to call him beta all the time while he's stuffing his face, looking like eating the entire time. Like, and he like wants to seem like he's the alpha. And it's like, well, if you fill your plate or fill your stream with people like Broken System, Broken Trust, and people weirder than Broken System, Broken Trust, like obviously you're gonna, look like the top G in that group. You know what I mean? And it's like, come on.
Yes.
And then they want to talk about religion and then legal versus lawful and then morals. And it's like, none of you believe in like anything that the Constitution has to say. So this whole legal versus lawful conversation has nothing to do with you.
Well, that's what I think is hilarious. And they get pulled over and they're like, well, the Constitution, and they're like, well, Pennsylvania v. Mims, or they cite these Supreme Court cases because they claim SCOTUS is the highest law of the land and overrides all the state and city stuff, right? And I'm not disagreeing with that to an extent. However, Colin, you can't say that. And then when someone quotes you a Supreme Court law as the reason why you have to do what I'm telling you to do, be like, well, it's just not right.
It's only the supreme law of the land when it fits them.
Of course.
Same thing with statutes and policy. They will say, oh, is that a statute or is that a policy? But then they're like, well, you have to show your ID. That's a policy. And it's like, is that a law? Is that like a law? Like, come on now.
So that's one of the best things I love, like listening to these guys, because they're like, when they have to go into these buildings and they have to like, sign in or show ID or whatever to get access, they're like, well, it's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment, like, you motherfuckers don't read anything, because the Fourth Amendment says unwarranted, right? You just can't claim, like, the Fourth Amendment doesn't say that you just have a right to privacy of all your shit forever and ever, amen, right? It says unwarranted search and seizure, okay? If it's fucking warranted, like security into a building.
Yeah, if you're at a security
fucking
checkpoint.
warranted. Yeah.
Well, this is my thing. They never try to do this. Well, a few of them have. I'll take that back. A few of them have. If they want to strip the law down to what's beneficial for them, 1,000%. God. I know Anselmo did it. He tried to audit a military installation and didn't try to necessarily run the gate, but like tried to get through without an ID. And it's like, okay, by your logic though, that breaks several amendments for them to ID you and not let you in.
Yeah.
But you're not filing any lawsuits because you know that you're wrong.
Friar Bill Foxtrot Fast, unreasonable and unwarranted are actually kind of interchangeable when it comes to it, because it basically means that there has to be a purpose for the reason why they need to see your ID. And so that's why I use unwarranted sometimes, and sometimes I'll say unreasonable. It's because actually in the aspect they're interchangeable. And yes, Scott McCray did.
Yes, it was a
song.
So
Yeah.
I caught it. I just didn't think anybody else was going to catch it, so I just was going to keep it moving. Oh God.
Well, and even the First Amendment. So what is it? What is the First Amendment when it talks about free press? What was it like? Go back to the Federalist Papers and what were they talking about? Right? They said the government cannot prevent you from printing certain.
Well,
things,
even that,
right?
This is if we're going to go that route, I'll raise you something even crazier. It says that it can't stop you from recording it. And if you noticed, what the new thing is, somebody will play music.
Yep.
To get it taken off of YouTube. And they're like, oh, that's breaking the First Amendment. It's like, in theory, it's just preventing you from making money off of it. You still have the recording.
Yeah.
If anything
put it
happens
out there.
court-wise, if I'm pretty sure the court will accept it with a Taylor Swift song playing in the background. Like, that's like, they won't allow you to put it on YouTube, which I'm pretty sure when the Constitution was written, fucking YouTube wasn't even a thought in their mind. That was on some like alien shit.
Okay, so Friar Bill Fox, if you look at the term like warrant, as if something is warranted or not, it doesn't always have to mean a warrant is in a legal aspect. What you just said to that woman was unwarranted. I can use that as a phrase. It doesn't mean I have to have a warrant. It means, was it necessary, right?
Not justified or authorized.
Correct. And so if I say, what you just did to that person was unwarranted, I can say that. It doesn't mean I have to have a legal, like, police warrant or whatever to say what I'm saying. It means that it was just unnecessary or unjustified. Warrant just, now is being used as a term because they made it into a warrant itself, as in, like, this is the justification for why we're doing that thing.
Mitch, that's the thing, though. So from being a content creator, I guess you can call me. So YouTube is trying to actually give you tools to get around that. So let's say I put out a video. It's happened to me in live streams before. I'll play a Auditor video. It'll have 10 to 30 seconds of a song. I'll play it. It'll get copyright hit the next day. And for anybody who knows, it's not like a copyright strike. They just claim your revenue, basically. So they get a portion of it. YouTube has a tool where it's in its beta phase right now. It says you can click delete background music and it will only cut the music out of your background for that point. So it's like, yes, that makes it. I don't know how it'll work if you just sit there and play Michael Jackson songs for 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure it's not going to want to do that. But actually, that would be pretty difficult. Because in my head, the more songs you get, the more copyright hits you'll get, which is the more. And it takes a long time. Like, I'm not going to say it takes 5 minutes. It takes like an hour for it to come back after it clears like 5 or 10 seconds. But yeah, it's just. It's like you try to mess with fraudsters and YouTube
the
tries to
5 second or 10 second thing, right? It's going and that was smart by a bunch of these people that they realized because they heard on the internet or whatever, hey, if I play copyrighted music, they go live, then it can get taken down or the video can get taken down, which is actually hilarious because
if it's live, if it's live, you might get taken down because I've seen streams that were just like, oh, we're just going to play music. We're not going to be monetized, blah, blah, blah. We're just going to hang out. I've seen those live streams get taken down midstream before.
Okay, so sorry, Bill Fox. I thought the FR in front of your name at Friar. I apologize. So Father Bill Fox.
Oh yeah, 1000% weapons. But yeah, Weapon said something earlier that they just cry prior restraint. I've seen them cry prior restraint to anything. But then at the same time, they're like, well, if you don't want me to record XYZ, you have to put up barriers between us. And then they'll put a barrier. I forgot what his name was. It was like AZ Unfiltered or something. His gimmick was he went around Arizona recording dead bodies.
Good God.
And put it on YouTube and just tried to blur a little bit of them out. An officer walked over to him, said, hey, can you maybe not record the dead body? It's literally, so this is just going to be me putting in kind of vulgar terms. Beth, thank you for becoming a jail member. I'm going to put it in vulgar terms. The death was fresh, if you will. So like it just happened. It was like on the side of the road. I want to say it was a car accident. He started recording and the officer came over. He's like, hey man, like, I get what you're doing, but can you not record the dead body? Like their family doesn't even know. And we would rather go and tell the family rather than them find out from your shitty YouTube channel. And you talk
have some decency. Yeah.
And he wanted to like freak out. So the officer just like put like something in front of the camera. And he's like, oh, prior restraint. And it's like, well, you want us to build a barrier between you and whatever we're trying to keep private. This is it. Oh, prior restraint, the Bain Act. God. The Bain Act of California thing?
Yeah, it was California Supreme Court. Supreme Court.
Shining a flashlight at you. And if you
so
notice,
according to them, you can't block their ability to record by shining a flashlight at their camera, right?
Yeah. Everything that I've seen, half the time they do it in the middle of the night. So this is just going to be, let's say you get hired as a police officer. Let's say you are approached by someone at 2 o'clock in the morning from a distance of 30 feet. Are you going to shine your flashlight at the ground or in their face so you can see who they are?
In their face, 100% of the time. Yeah.
And that's always what happens. You're like, oh, prior restraint, Bayneck. And it's like, you're walking at me in the middle of the night when I can't see anything to a crime scene. Yes, I'm going to shine my light in your face to see who you are.
And what else does it do? What else does it do? It shines in your face, and it is meant to disorient, right? To an extent, it's meant to disorient because if you're going to do something crazy, right, like pull a weapon or whatever, then part of that is going to be giving the cop a time to react to what you're doing. And so, shine that light in your eyes, gives him a good view of what you're trying to do. Because, and this is one thing I hate about this. I know you hate this too, KFARR, is that they're like, well, I'm not dangerous. Okay, bro, you say that, but I don't know you. Right? Even if I do know you, it doesn't mean you're not.
I think I told you the last stream or the stream before that. From working in the jail, the people who are like, obviously, I never turn my back to anyone.
Yeah.
Female, gigantic man, nicest person on the planet, most angry person on the planet. Never turn my back to anyone. But as I was sitting there trying to keep everything in this general area, if someone told me, "Oh, why are you freaking out, man? I'm not going to hurt you," blah blah blah. That's always the person who was like gonna try some sketchy shit.
Yeah.
So when a frauditor comes up to a police officer at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not gonna do anything. It's like, bro, it's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're in this empty field coming to a crime scene. Oh, I'm not gonna do anything. It's like, bro, you're the person that's gonna try something. Like, come on now.
Well, here's my thing. Like, so if I was gonna walk up onto like a traffic stop or whatever, and I was trying to be like a good cop watcher, like an honest person doing it, I'm going to walk to make sure that I'm in the eyesight of the cop, right?
Because you have this thing called common sense.
I know. But they do it on purpose because then they get mad. They're like, well, I'm going to, like LIA when he got arrested, like, I'm on public sidewalk. He's like, yeah, but you're walking up behind me or I can't see you.
Is that when he had to write the letter of apology that his subscribers pretend didn't happen?
Yep.
I love that.
Yep. And the thing is that, you walk up, so here's the thing, they're like, oh, interference is a physical thing. If I'm a cop and I'm sitting there talking to somebody who I pulled over and I had to stop and turn around to deal with your dumb ass walking up behind me, now you've interfered. It's physical because I physically had to stop what I was doing and turn around to see this fucking crackpot behind me walking up, right?
So I have a few stories out of Arizona for some reason because I got real deep into the bullshit Arizona people.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Beth. I really do. What's his name? Tempe, something or another. He used to go with Direct D all the time. They found, what is that deputy's name? The Fridays with Frank guy.
Oh yeah. Slope. Deputy Slope.
Okay, so they found him on a traffic stop. They don't want to be flashed in the face when they're recording. Do you think it's interference for several frauditors to stand in front of an officer at a traffic stop and shine 3 or 4 flashlights and lasers directly into the officer's face in the middle of the traffic stop
100%.
to make him, first off, there's no such thing as officer safety. If I'm dealing with someone that's not you and you're shining 4 flashlights directly in my face so that I have to close my eyes, and I'm basically on the street, like they pulled over, but he was in the street. It's like, I can't see what's happening. I'm in the road. This person could pull a weapon and shoot me because I can't see. And they're like, oh, you need to do your job. And it's like, I'm sorry. He can't see to do his job because you're flashing 4 flashlights in his eyes. And it's not like those bullshit dollar store flashlights. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have some like good, like, very good. Yep.
But then they always want to say, oh, Bayneck, you can't shine your flashlight in my face. And it's like, bro, if I can't do it in your face, you sure as shit can't do it in my face.
Yep. Move your camera down. But California, like we've seen recently with the California 8 or whatever, like California's not playing anymore. They're not dealing with you dumbasses anymore.
I thought they were going to be the ones that, 120,000 lumens. Yes, those ones you see off the infomercials at 3 o'clock in the morning where you take it out in your front yard and turn
like
it on.
Always the former like Navy SEAL selling it.
Yeah,
He's like,
that's the ones that they're using, and it's like, do you really think blinding an officer is the right move in that situation? Oh God. Oh, Mitch, I'll raise you one. That's like, okay, let me put it up on screen so you guys can see it. Okay, so with these frauders, you can't win. They're constantly raising the bar. Like with tape, they put up tape, and the frauders thing, the restriction movement is always something. That and the sign thing. Oh, well, there's no sign up. And then they put a sign up. Well, that sign doesn't mean anything because there's no statute that goes with it. And then they do include a statute. Oh, well, statutes aren't laws. And then if there's a law on there, it's, oh, well, that law is unconstitutional.
Oh, it's a trespassing statute. Trespassing is a secondary crime. Bullshit.
Yeah.
I think Frank said it best. There was someone who was talking about, like, he was talking to somebody about something being a secondary crime. He goes, no, it's just a crime. Yeah. There's no secondary to it. It's just a crime. So.
What happened to Direct D anyway?
He's on the run.
From what I heard, he still got those warrants. He left to go to the other county. Damn, I was meaning to call him about that too. From what I'm hearing, he's back at his house. So if, they get a call and saying, hey, Direct Douchebag's back at his house, if y'all want to pick him up. I'm not telling you to do that, but I was going to do that. Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, Scott, you're right. Solicited trespass is not a thing.
No, and I don't know.
It's literally not a thing.
I don't know where that started because it's so legally and factually incorrect. Because you hear it all the time. Oh, did you just solicit a trespass? Walking in and saying, trespass? And then going, please.
Yeah, like, do you want this person trespass? Is that what you want? Because here's the thing. Sometimes, in a lot, go sorry, I apologize.
No, it's not like the officer's walking in and saying, you're going to trespass this person off your property, or we will never be back if you call. Right. No, it takes them 3 seconds. They walk in, and in my head, the person either goes, yes, trespass him, or hey, can we trespass this guy? He's in the way.
Well, and remember, a lot of times these are civilians. They don't think in legal terms like trespass, but they come in. The cop comes in and says, "Hey, what do you want done here? Right? You're the owner of said business." They said, "I want them gone." The cop says, Would you like them trespassed?" And then it clicks in the person's brain that that's the right terminology. Like, yes, I want them trespassed. That's not soliciting a trespass. That's clarification of what this person wants.
Oh God, what was it? What was I going to say? Oh God, damn. Gone. What was I going to say? Oh, it was about trespassing. Gone.
Oh, and I think I said this before, but I'll say it again because who's it? Fucking Good Guy Audit says this all the time, or Good Guy Activism, whatever he says now. He's like, you want to trespass me from here, but if I was like praying or whatever, you would trespass me. Well, let me explain something to you, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. That's the dumbest argument in the world, because if you were in the middle of the DMV sacrificing a chicken because it was part of your religion, they would trespass you.
Yeah, 1,000%. And it's like, also, I don't think, if I was praying, if you were quietly praying in a chair at the DMV by yourself, yeah, I'm pretty sure no one would care. But the fact that, like, what's his nuts? I think it was Asomo. When he went to the DMV and, like, literally started harassing people in uniform. I want to say it was maybe 2 Navy people. And it's like, see how you're causing a scene?
Right.
See how you're harassing random people here and interrupting business? That's why we want you trespassed. Like, if you're praying in the corner, not bothering anyone, people are going to be like, what's he doing? And then they're going to, take the social cues of him praying and be like, oh, okay, cool. And then they're going to leave you alone.
So have you heard Loki's story about the guy that was in her backyard that she had to get trespassed?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to tell this story, and Loki, you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to just kind of go over it, pretty lightly. However, there was apparently a guy that came over to her house, butt-ass naked, and decided he was going to lay down in the grass and self-pleasure in the house where her kids live. And her mom was at the time. Yeah. And so, of course, they called the cops and all this kind of stuff. And he stayed out there just he was going at it for apparently
doing his thing.
A couple hours. Yeah.
It was it. He fucking beat it raw.
It had to been raw as hell. But he was fucking
Out there
crazy at
spitting on
11 a.m. Like Loki said, 11 a.m. He was out there just fucking, going to town in broad daylight in her
Yeah, some
backyard.
people just can't control themselves at 11 a.m.
I mean, but then she was commenting that she had to go through the whole trespass thing because of what happened with that dude, right? And yeah, dude, I
Sir,
mean,
I'm gonna need you never to come back, ever.
I'm gonna need you to never ever come back and jack it in front of my kids.
You can either choose to never come back or you're never going to leave. Take your
Oh
pick.
no, Scott, they removed him. It just took forever to get him out there because he was just out there, doing his
Oh
thing.
God. All right. If anybody in the chat has any questions, I'm about to call it a day because I got to finish. I'm going to do this 8-minute and 56-second video of JC News Now. I don't want to, believe me, but God, I really don't want to. Sometimes a man has an urge. You never know you never know the feeling of just walking down the street butt naked at 11 a.m. You never know.
That's just crazy.
That's when you take an airsoft gun and shoot him in the little pee-pee.
Yep. It's when you get that high-powered scope on your airsoft gun. But no, I want to know. Honestly, one of the guys I want to see because so it was hilarious the other day to see Fake Mike Real News. You were talking about him earlier, right?
Yeah.
Him and Mr. Universal and one of the others just ripping Ass Elmo apart, right? Because this guy claims that he's got all these views and all this kind of stuff, and this motherfucker broke all the time, right? And but then he decides to come up on Josh's panel, not to talk about this because he deflects from fucking everything, right? But yeah, he decided he wanted to attack the cops, and he wanted to, you and I talked about this on the live stream, and attack the military. Everyone who joined the military after World War II is a war criminal.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, you don't even understand how anything works. Like nothing, literally nothing. And obviously, like I can understand, like maybe to an extent, if it was a vet, I can understand that. Like someone who was like served and like went over and did things, and it was like I really disagree with the way this was done. I think it was like unconstitutional the way they did this. I can get that. This motherfucker can't even get a driver's
give his
license.
opinion. Yeah, you would give his opinion a little bit more. More respect, I guess. Yeah. But some fucking weasel that talks to a whisk. Like I'm not having that shit.
Bro, I mean, he just needs a hard reboot is all he needs. And
Well, it's just
no one's giving.
I don't know if were you here when I had the rant of all of them being extremely small and not about that life?
Yeah, I was listening to it. Yep, I was listening. This was before I came up, but I was listening to it. Yeah.
He's one of those people that it's like in the real world, if you said that shit to any veteran within reason, they probably beat the tar out of him.
Yeah, no,
and he would still, he would still come back at it the next day, and be like, "Oh, I was beaten for my opinion as a journalist," blah blah blah. And it's like, stop playing the victim and take responsibility for your dumbass life choices and comments.
I mean, here's the thing: like I've lived for the last 41 years, and never once have I lost my driver's license ever.
Yeah, I've never lost it.
No, and I've been pulled over. I've gotten tickets and all this kind of stuff, and never once have I ever had my driver's license suspended.
I even have my last ID that I had, and to keep it, all they did was just clip it with this little thing that put a bunch of dots in it, and I still have that. And it's like I'm so good at not losing license that I'm collecting them.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, no, I remember she told me about that. The guy that did this thing, and he was already on Megan's list for predators.
Now, I don't want to say that I want to go to the like an eye for an eye, but I feel like we need to be lopping people's parts off. Like we need to start lopping people's parts off and taking hands at this point.
I will say this, and I'm trying to curtail my words very carefully for your channel. in my opinion, there's only one way to deal with rapists and people like News Now Houston, and I don't think it's them serving in jail. I think it should just be one and done, and it should be done and over with, because there is no way these people are going to come back and be a contributing member of society, because technically prison is supposed to be rehabilitative, right? That's the idea, even though we know it doesn't happen. And there is no rehabilitating certain people. And so
Game of Thrones style, yes.
Yeah,
you can't.
Yep.
There's a difference between a News Now Houston type guy and a guy who stole some food from the store that's in jail.
Yes. Yep.
I feel like one of those people can be like, okay, yes, I'll change my ways. That was bad me.
Let us use your time in prison to help you understand how you can better yourself, right?
Yeah. If you find little children attractive, I feel like you can't come back from that. You know what I mean? Like,
well, so Scott McCrae, the reason I use News Now Houston as an example is because there is irrefutable evidence of what happened back in the 80s, and there's irrefutable evidence of what happened now, right? I'm not talking about people who get falsely accused. That's the reason why we have the judicial system. And I'm not against the judicial system. What I'm saying is, once there is irrefutable evidence that said thing did happen, we shouldn't have to pay for them to live for the next 100 years.
Like News Now Houston, I can understand only doing it to people that are clearly guilty, like News Now Houston, Jared from Subway, if you will, shit like that. Like you should come out of prison with parts missing or not at all.
And remember, for those that maybe not know, the last thing News Now Houston was convicted of was doing this kind of thing to his own children and grandchildren. So, in that aspect, yes, I'm sorry. There is an immediate solution to that, and I think that paying for them to live so they can do all this kind of stuff forever and a day, no, not gonna happen. Is that really FPS?
No, that's for public safety too. It's a SOC.
Oh, okay, gotcha. He's another one that is a what's a good word for it? A whiny bitch.
Let's just say I have from how to anonymous sources that he's not going to have a fun January.
Yeah,
and I'll leave it at that.
Good. I'm hoping so, because I watch his stuff. So I sub to his channel because I want to see it live, because I don't want to watch it through other people. And just listen to him talk and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, bro, you're what I'm teaching my nephew not to be.
Some of his streams are coherent. Like, obviously they're dumb as shit.
Right.
But like some of the times when Tiffany's there, they're more coherent. Because he's not, okay, in my opinion, when he's by himself doing some of these streams, he's either shit-faced, high, on something, blah, blah, blah. So his things just devolve into a shit show. And it's like, I can't deal with that. And you said you're trying to teach your nephew not to be like that?
Yes, 100%.
You mean not hold people at gunpoint for 6 hours?
Or attack women who are trying to close doors. Right, because you're not allowed in there. It's a secured fucking area, you dumb shit. Like if I didn't like
Amazon packages,
and of course I'm playing like back chair or back chair quarterback and all this kind of stuff. If I was a cop and I was there and this woman was trying to close a door that he did not have access to, and he grabbed her hand or did whatever, I'd have slammed him harder into the wall than he was slammed into the wall by that cop.
Like, so I don't want to give him shit because I can't remember if he was actually there for that incident or if he showed up later. But it was like
he was the one that did it.
Chief. It was like the deputy chief showed up after. If I was a deputy chief and I saw one of my employees get assaulted by a crazy person, he would have been on the floor in handcuffs in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%.
Shit, if I would have seen the video after the fact, there would have been a warrant out for his arrest. Like, that's just what it is. That's like the weird thing about a secured area.
Yeah.
Like he tried to run the gate of a secured area.
Yep.
Yeah, but 100%. It's like if there's a difference between like, let's say that happened behind closed doors and it was he said, she said. Like, okay. you might not get a warrant. But the fact that he recorded it, there's probably a bunch of security cameras there that recorded it. Yes, he should have been in jail for that.
I agree.
No,
I agree 100%.
I'm not going to say it, Vegas Vince, because that's how people get me. Who isn't going to have a good January? For public safety. I think Chris is going to have a bad January, and Tiffany is going to have a great January because she won't have to deal with Chris.
I don't know, man. Here's the thing. Like, the more I watch their lives and all this kind of stuff, she's as crazy as he is. Like, there's a reason they're together, right?
Oh, yeah. I think they both – I'm finding it more and more. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not anything crazy. But I don't think either one of them are exactly mentally stable.
Well, he started. So he got
two-
called out. He got called out because he claimed that the cops, whenever they did like the raid on his house or whatever with her in there, broke her back. Right?
They broke
And
her
then-
back. Her back is broken.
Broke her back, and then the thing was, he got called out because he said in other live streams that she had broken her back falling off a horse or whatever. And
Yeah.
what he says now is that, well, they re-broke it. Well, I mean, if your back is re-broken, like, why are you walking around? You know, where is the aspect of you having to be, you know, in suspension for months on end to allow the spinal, you know, fracture or whatever to reheal?
This goes back
right?
to the Afro Boy thing. This goes right back to that. Oh, I when I get into certain situations like that, I have a panic attack. So why put yourself in that situation? If you have
literally, yeah,
a healed back that's been healed for this long and you can re-injure it, why put yourself in a situation where you're going to get it re-injured? Why break the law and get arrested? Like, why put yourself in that situation?
Well, and Loki's a paramedic EMT, work with the cops and all this kind of stuff, and she knows medicine, right? So the thing is, one of the things you know about a broken bone, whether it be the spine, the shoulder blades, you know, or, you know, the shoulder bone or whatever, any of the arms and stuff like that, you are more likely to re-break it, right? Because it's already been weakened because of the initial break. And so, you know, they've still never actually discussed how this officer broke her back.
Yeah.
They just claim it. They just claim it all the time.
Okay, so Scott, I probably had I was probably higher than I'm assuming she was some sort of, God, what was she, like a secretary? I regularly went out of the lobby to talk to people because I could. If he would have done that to me when I was trying to get back into the door, the front desk officer would have been over the glass wall putting his dick in the dirt.
Yeah.
3 seconds after he tried something. Then everybody from shift command or the report writing room, we would have had 8 guys out there 5 seconds into him doing it. So yeah.
Vegas Vips. Loki is absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. No, she's absolutely gorgeous. I've seen her, talked to her. Yeah. So.
Oh God.
And she's dangerous. But no, the thing is, like, it's hilarious because they always blame everybody else. Like, you know, the thing is, like, people know, yes, Chris, people know you. They know that you're there to cause shit. They know you're there to cause problems, right?
It's not like he's Aselmo who travels the entire country doing this. So like you might be like, oh, who's this little tiny? What is he?
Puerto Rican.
Okay. What's this Puerto Rican dude doing in Alaska? I don't know who he is. Sure, you might be able to get away with like, oh, I'm an independent journalist doing this, gathering content on a story. But like, we all know why he's there, but they might not necessarily know. But it's like, Chris, you only audit southern Indiana and northern Kentucky.
Yep.
Everyone knows you. Like, you're there all the fucking time.
And you file absolute bullshit.
Yeah, like, if they did that warrant, and I guess the warrant was bad, or however the hell they did that, they filed a lawsuit. And instead of saying, well, we're going to hold this person accountable, they grabbed the old Chili De Castro punt gun and said, we're going to hold all these people accountable. And I believe there was like 29 or 30 defendants.
Most of which were
YouTubers. Of them got,
yeah.
No, for the for the SWAT warrant. None of us were involved
Okay,
in it.
gotcha.
It was
Okay,
all like,
yeah.
it was all the SWAT team of this county, the SWAT team of this county, this officer, this officer, this officer, this department, this department. And I want to say it was either 28 of 29 or 29 out of 30 got tossed.
Yep.
And I believe the only one that was left was so that they could file like a countersuit against Chris. And it's like, that should tell you something, Chris. Like if you do all of that to several counties, yes, more probably every one of those counties is going to know who you are. And the surrounding counties are probably going to know who you are because the sheriff probably called them and like, hey, watch out for this guy. He's dangerous and he likes to file fictitious lawsuits.
And he likes to waste people's time and yell and scream in your damn precinct, right?
Oh, when he got arrested, it pissed me off. He was talking to the court clerk and wanted the court clerk to print him out every single piece of paper for court the next day and explain to him what they were. Yep. And when the chief deputy was like, that's not their job. Well, yes, It is their job. No, their job is to print it out and say, here you go, take it to your attorney. They're not there to sit and explain to you word for word what every single document says. Oh, shit.
And it's also your job not to go there the day before you have a court case to try to get all this fucking paperwork done.
Now, I put off things quite often, but I'm not going to put off a court date that could, for what was it, probation, not finishing probation. I'm not going to put that off when I've known about it for months or weeks or whatever. I'm not going to put it off until an hour before they close the day before.
He admitted
Especially
this has
when
been
he
a
doesn't
thing
have
for
shit
like
going on.
five, like so it was a court case from like back in '99, right? That he got caught, according to the court case. I'm not saying he actually did or anything because I'm not a judge and all this kind of stuff. That he got caught for possession of marijuana, was put on probation, violated the probation, and they just hadn't taken up the time to come at him, right? But he has even said in a live stream that this has been something that's been going on for years. It wasn't new.
Well, that's what I tried to tell everybody because after I made that long video of him in court, a bunch of his people were like, oh, yeah, but it wasn't him. And I'm like, well, when it happened, he admitted it was him way back when it happened, like when he got picked up. They think that they started a conspiracy against Chris 25 years ago before anyone knew who Chris was.
Yeah. Well, and the problem is, like, and that does happen. Like, you make yourself a nuisance, they will find a reason to arrest you.
Well, it's just like, I think I made a few videos like this. Do a Glen Serio P90X commercial. I want to get views. I don't want to make my subscribers throw up.
Yeah.
No, I made this point a few times. So I'm not going to say they're going to target you if you're being annoying, but if you're being annoying, you better have your ducks in a row. I always pointed out when sovereign citizens are driving down the road and they want to flip the police off. They're not going to arrest you for flipping them off. But let's say you flip them off and you have a private plate on the back of your car. Yes, you're going to get pulled over.
Yeah.
If you flip off an officer and then damn near crash into somebody or decide to go 15 over, yes, they're going to pull you over. It's like, if you're going to do this, yes, you can do this, but you better have the rest of your shit in line or you're probably going to get pulled over. Like, don't draw attention to yourself if you're in the wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And so Loki says Judge Slavin's clerk is really nice. Loki has been talking to them and passing along certain information about the ongoing threat of a certain broken scrotum, broken teeth.
Yes, Loki. Yes. Flipping them off is free speech, but it invites fuck around and find out.
It really does. It really does. And the thing is, like, if you don't want to get noticed by the cops, don't bring attention to yourself.
Yeah, it's the easiest thing ever. If you want to flip off the cops, sure. But you better make sure your turn signals work, all your lights work, your plate isn't a sovereign citizen private plate. You better not speed 15 over in front of them. Because they're just going to be like, okay, well, you drew attention to your car. And while I was watching your car, because I'm not used to people just going in the passenger seat, trying to, speak in hands, and I witnessed you have a private plate. Like, okay, yeah. weapons back. But no, Loki, you're talking to the old Judge Slavin's court clerk. Did you see what I posted on the old community tab today?
I'm pretty sure that's what, from what I understand, I think that's what she sent them. Well, you
Good.
posted on the community tab.
Good. His Facebook is very interesting. He talks to me regularly on his Facebook, but it's like he still posts super fuck shit on his Facebook. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, wow, that deserves to be screenshot and sent to the court. And he's like, oh, you report me. You're a bitch. And it's just like, well, you threatened to blow up a judge. So, yeah, I'm probably going to report that so the judge doesn't die. Sorry.
Like, I'm gonna say this right now. He got lucky that he didn't come to, like, someone like myself's house and do his shit, that he came to you, because you were a lot nicer to him than I would have been.
Like I said, I had permission to beat him. And if you noticed, he did not come on my property. I feel like he noticed very quickly when I met him outside that he wasn't going to want to come on my property. Let me just read this real quick. Yeah, so I think if he'd have done that to Judge Shackelford, she seems a bit more stern than Judge Slavin. Judge Slavin just kind of seems like a I'm here to be a judge and do whatever kind of guy. I feel like something would have possibly happened charges-wise with Josh, which I'm still hoping something happens to Josh charge-wise.
I do too.
But it's like, yeah.
I'm telling you, go say that shit in an airport. See what happens.
Scott, didn't you say you're a bad man? No. I told Josh that he was a bitch and a bad dad. And his response was, good times. Good times.
Yeah, Loki, he has a screenshot too, yep.
I haven't watched any of Judge Shackelford, but apparently from what her court clerk said, she enjoys posting everything on YouTube outside of drug court, I want to say, when I called up there the other day. But I have to
drug court.
I have to do a deep dive because I don't think she's handled a sovereign citizen before, or somebody would have shown it. But I just want to get a feel for what kind of judge she is prior to the 12th, because I was going to do what I had scheduled for this last court date where I was going to suit up and just stream the whole thing. But yeah, I just want to get a feel for how she is before that. Yeah, so he said, Vegas VIPs, he said in one of my premieres that he was going to drop bombs on the judges, or on the judge. And then today, when somebody said, maybe you shouldn't threaten a judge, he says, I will continue threatening judges, or whatever, something along those lines. Like, he's so dumb, he just can't get out of his way.
Well, he claims that what he said was truth bombs, right? And
that's the thing.
Yeah.
It seems like he wanted to say that after I called him out for it. Yep. He said 100% bombs. So in my head, I read that he's going to 100% drop bombs on the judges.
Yep.
And then he's like, 100% means truth. And I'm like, no, truth means truth. Or facts means truth. Josh is very sensitive. Josh is very, very sensitive.
Oh, he's a big beta bitch. Like, he's like, oh, God, he's a beta cuck. It's so crazy.
I just feel bad for his kids, honestly.
Well, I mean, at least they have Erica, so.
True.
You know, they're getting raised right. They're not having to, like, actually sit around him. And the same thing happened with my niece and nephew and their sperm donor, right? Is that they have the guy that my sister's married to now, they call dad, right? Because their actual sperm donor he's not as bad as Josh, but he's bad, right? Like, he's just a piece of shit. And lucky enough for them, my sister and my family and all this kind of stuff help out. And then she got married to a really good dude, and he's just been amazing with them, right? And lucky for Josh's kids that Erica was there to step up and take care of at least one of the kids, right?
Yeah.
And help out and do all this kind of stuff. And
well, this is the thing that I genuinely dislike about Josh.
Everything.
well, yes, but I dislike him more on Facebook because all he talks about is parental alienation, this, child abuse, this, blah, blah, blah. And he's like hitting home parental alienation. It's like, nobody's alienating you but you.
Yes.
And he doesn't, he wants to be a victim so badly. Like I think I told you in the last stream, he jumps on a bunch of parental alienation panels, but doesn't tell them the circumstances for why he doesn't get to see his kids.
Yeah.
And they feel bad for him. So like the last time, and I'm all about like the father's rights movement, blah, 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 parental alienation. Like if you're actually being alienated, I'll support you. Right. I went in and I'm just like, listen, lady, this guy that you're talking to, this is why he doesn't get to see his kids. X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, blah, blah, blah. And she was trying to like defend him. And I'm just like, okay, listen, if you try to defend him, you're just going to look just as dumb as he does. And then other people from our community were like, yeah, this is like a terrible human being. You don't want to be associated with him. And he's like, oh, you guys are just trying to make me, you guys are just trying to victim blame. And I'm just like, you're not a victim. You are literally the abuser. Like, stop it.
It's called Darvo.
Shit just angers me. But that's all his Facebook is about. Or he'll post pictures of his kids from like 5 or 6 years ago. Like their recent pictures. And it's just like, no, that's just the last time you saw them because you're a shit human being.
So what he does, like, there's a thing called Darvo. And have you ever heard of Darvo, KFARR?
No. So
Darvo is an aspect of the attacker personality. It's deny, and then it's attack. Was it deny, attack, and then reverse offender and victim. And it's the way that these people try to manipulate this situation where they are literally the attacker and trying to make it as if they are the victim, right? It's called Darvo. And it's like a legit psychological issue. And so it's the deny attack. So they deny the fact that they're actually did anything wrong. They attack the person who accuses them, and then they try to reverse the victim, the victim and the oppressor or whatever that comes into it, right? The attacker. And I see this all the time with these fucking guys who can't stand, like, look at any of these fucking fraudsters, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. Like, they were never convicted of anything crazy. It was someone else's problem that, they got, misconvicted for. My ass.
Here, let me talk about this real quick. So yes, Josh came to my home with another violent. Would you consider
Auditor?
So Wolverine Transparency, from what I remember, what I recall, he's a felon for armed robbery. We'll call it armed robbery at this point. It was back in the day when he had two. So he's a violent convicted felon. Josh is a violent convicted criminal because he's got a domestic violence conviction. So Wolverine Transparency brought Josh to my home. Josh was talking about assaulting me. Yeah, he's the one-armed bandit. Josh was talking about assaulting me the entire drive.
Did you also talk about going to your kids' schools?
That was after. So Josh was talking all this game about fighting me. He's offered in the past, and I said, bro, it'll be the best video your channel's ever had. We can stream it on your channel, me beating your ass. He came to my home, parked down the street, rolled up in front of my house, parked in the middle of the street. Josh hopped out like a little meth gremlin, ran up to the beginning of my driveway, which is still not my property, stood there, tried to talk shit. I called him a bitch and a bad dad. I feel like that's when his perception of who he was dealing with changed. I walked towards him. He walked further and further into the street until he ran over to my neighbor's house, who came out and was like, well, what's up? He went over there, at what point I called the police. We're like, yeah, there's a sovereign citizen here harassing my neighbor. And then he ran to Wolverine's car, and they sped off like little girls. And Vegas Vips, I think this is going to be a very... What do you think, my guy? What do you think? What do you think, my guy? Come on now. I put my gun back in the house when I saw Josh get out of the car because I'm like, I'm not going to need it. Let's see here. One armed bandit. Look at the picture I sent on Discord. Yeah, but then after Josh doxed my children's school and said he was going to come up there.
I remember like when I was early on in Texas, right? I was early on in the military and I was talking to a cop at the Gold's Gym I was lifting at, right? I said, hey, when it comes to like self-defense, I was like, in Texas, like, how does this actually work, right? If someone comes and harasses me or whatever, and I have to end up using like the ultimate solution to, take care of them, what happens? And the cop actually told me, he said, well, if we get there and that person's on your property, it's self-defense. And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. And that's why I live in Texas.
I wish. Loki, I just want you to know, that's disgusting. I don't want that mental image in my brain.
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. If y'all haven't checked out Loki's channel, go check out Loki's channel. It's hilarious.
Oh God, but yeah, Josh, Vegas Vips. Josh has stalked his sister. I think I have that video.
Yep. That was the one where he went back to his fucking like no-tell motel, right?
No, this was another video. It was at that same place, but it was a different video. He literally was on the other side of the wall, saw his sister pick up or stop in her car and to get out, and peeked his camera around the corner and recorded her go in and recorded her go out. And then for his short that he made of it, he put the, the I'll Be Watching You song in the background.
God. Yes.
And he did that. Apparently he's done the same thing, like similar things to her home, where he was trying to go through the neighbor's property to get to her house to like peek in the windows and shit. So the neighbors had to trespass him. And that's why in the one video where Erica's husband punched him through a car, or the car window was open and he punched him through the window because he was in the street trying to, for lack of a better term, kidnap his own daughter from the front yard.
Yeah.
And he came out there with like, blah, and all Josh could muster was to start laughing. And it was one of those like, oh my God, this is actually happening laugh.
Yeah.
And then guess what? No charges were filed.
Good God.
Oh no.
Yeah, Loki, I know. I need to castle doctrine and stand your ground. Like I know, and that's why I love Texas, because we have very clear, defined aspects of how amazing it is to be a gun owner in Texas.
So if you guys recall, I think Dummy Kruger did the best video. Wolverine Transparency obviously has 9 toes. So he was in his little hover around, little rascal thing. And he must have been a plumber earlier in the day because his ass crack was all out. And he like put his finger gun like in his ass crack to try to like threaten somebody. It's like, that's not where I would holster my weapon, but okay.
Nope, mine's on my side, always. Well, it's either on my side or in my backpack. It's the one of the things I always carry with me. So
mine is right here. I put it up there because my children were in my office today.
Yep.
Normally it's right here in front of me. But there was a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old crawling around my office and running into shit. And I'm like, let's not give them a gun. Because I'm what you call responsible. I'm responsible adjacent.
Well, my thing is like when my niece and nephew are over here, like I put my guns away to an extent where I can still get them, but they can't, right?
Yeah, but there's no way they could get it. I put it 8 feet up into my ceiling, and my 3-year-old is like not tall enough to get that. I'll just leave it at that. Spencer, what's up, bud?
Well, and like my room is like right next to the front door, so if something were to come through the front door, like I'm the first line of attack, and you know, I remember one time, like I was in college, right? I was in college back in 2001, and I was talking to some friends, and they were a little bit more on the liberal side, and they're like, "What happens if someone breaks into your house who is just, you know, a kid trying to get something. And I was like, well, the locked door is your first, warning that you should not break into this house.
Scott, my problem is I only want stupid weapons. Like my current want is a Gucci lever action rifle because I'm fucking weird. But no, so oh god, who would win in a fight between KFARR and Josh? No weapons and how so? Well, seeing as how I have training in many things, so Vegas, I don't know if you can tell, I'm 32. I'm 5'10", 210 pounds. I run regularly. There's clearly a punching bag right there, so I train as often as I can. Josh is near 50, maybe 140 pounds, and like 5'3". He complains of gout all the time, and what else? When he was walking down the median, he got to the police officer and sounded like Glenn Serio, just so. My goal would be to pick Josh up over my head and slam him as hard as I can.
So Loki will notice because he's been to Israel and he's Jewish and speaks Hebrew. I actually trained in what they call Krav Panim, right? Which is the precursor to Krav Maga in the United States. It's actually what they teach the IDF, right? And I trained in that and jiu-jitsu and all this kind of fun stuff. So I would love for one of these motherfuckers to come up to the house one day. Because it's just not going to be fun for them. It's just not going to be fun. It's going to hurt a lot.
Oh, Lord. So I've done kickboxing a ton. I've done jiu-jitsu enough to know a thing or two.
Yeah.
I hate boxing more than anything in the world. Let me see here. So this is the way I look at it. Yeah, how sad is it? How sad is the U.S. that you need to all live in society where Lord, I cannot read right now. How sad the U.S. is that you all live in a society where you all feel it's necessary to keep instruments of death on hand 24/7. I believe the saying is, I would rather have something and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yes, 100%.
That's just how I feel on the subject. That's why I only have what I have and don't have. Do I think it's unnecessary to have a office-sized space like this and fill it with weapons? I feel like that might be a little bit overkill.
I don't.
I mean, if I could have a tank, I would have a tank. So I'm not going to say like, ugh, but like, yeah. And also Loki, it goes with their job. An officer that was at the department that I worked for, in his basement, he had like a fake bookcase that opened up into a giant gun safe. Like,
yeah,
I think as long as you can have them safely or responsibly,
yeah,
you could fill your house with weapons. I don't really care, but it's always those like mentally ill people that ruin all the fun for everyone.
Yep. Well, that's why I always said, like, I'm a big Second Amendment guy, like 100%. Like, I'm with Loki and all this kind of stuff. We're big Second Amendment people. But I'm also about training, right? Like, and I think, honestly, to tell you the truth, you should get training in high school.
I wish somebody would put KFARR in charge of what kids should learn in high school. Because there's a lot of things that I think children should learn in high school that they're not.
Yeah. Well, and the aspect you want to understand, like the problem I have with a lot of the education we have is that they don't really delve into these aspects of understanding things like the Constitution. Like the Constitution is probably one of the most important documents in the history of the world, right? The way it was done, the way it was written, the way the founding fathers, there was a point, like people don't realize, there was a point where they thought that the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments were just like common knowledge and didn't have to be put into the Constitution. And luckily enough for us nowadays living, they decided that no, we need to actually put this in here because to them it was common sense, right? And common sense is an uncommon virtue, as we all understand, right? So things like we used to have a class when I was in grade school on writing checks, like how to like balance your budget, write a check, fucking do all this kind of stuff, right? And they have none of that anymore. Hell, the kids aren't even writing cursive anymore.
So that's what I was actually going to say when I said somebody should put me in charge of it. Writing checks, balancing a checkbook, cooking something more than microwavable mac and cheese, changing your oil, putting a spare tire on your car. All of these things should be taught in school, and they're just not.
I mean, these are the basics of life, right? Like everyone got mad because home ec were like, oh, fucking women in the kitchen, this and third. No, home ec taught basic living skills, right? I knew guys who were in home ec.
I'll raise you one. I didn't learn it in school, but I learned it just from seeing it and thinking, oh, that might be a skill I might need. Sewing.
Yeah.
As simple as sewing on a button. When we were on deployment, you didn't have access to anything Navy related, no dry cleaner, blah, blah, blah. So when people ranked up, they had to sew on their shit. Nobody in the ship nobody in my department could sew but me. So I had a stack up of people giving me free shit to sew on everything.
Yep. And I learned how to sew when I was a kid. And so I know how to sew stuff on and all this kind of stuff. I know how to run needle and thread. And, it's just one of those things where nowadays, like, the kids nowadays, and I say the kids, and what I mean, like, the ones who are born in late 90s, like early 2000s, right? Because I was born in the 80s, and so were you. Like, you were born in the 90s, right?
Yeah, 91.
You're like what?
I barely
91, yeah. So you're like almost 10 years younger than I am. And like we grew up knowing how to do all that kind of shit, right?
Well, it's like now I'm not saying all kids should be able to do this, but when I was like 10, I was going with my dad for every opening week of hunting season. So I was skinning deer at like 10 years old. We were like the cool family that instead of taking it to get processed, we would just do it in the garage. So we would have a dead deer hanging in the garage for like 2 days while we took it apart.
Yep.
That's just a life skill that I like, even early on, like if shit hits the fan, this is a life skill I would like to have.
Well, and for men, like the one thing for men, and this is one thing that I hate that has gone to the wayside, right? Is that if you're a guy and you want to, especially attract a female to an extent, learn how to cook. Like I cook, right? I'm no Gordon Ramsay or anything, but I know how to make some meals. I can barbecue. I can oven. I can, do all kinds of stuff.
So I wasn't. How to explain this? My father was the cook of the house growing up, not because he was at home and could cook, but just because he grew up cooking. So he was always just better at cooking than my mother.
Yeah.
Every relationship I've been in, I just cook. Even when I was working full time, I would cook still because it's fun for me and I'm good at it. So now that I just have like time, I just make ridiculous things. Like when anybody comes over for the house, I just cook. I cooked all of Thanksgiving by myself, all of Christmas by myself. Anytime we have like birthday parties, I cook everything. Like it's just what it is.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, as a man, one of the things is that this aspect of like there are things that men like. I'm very traditionalist, right? Like you said earlier, like a traditional guy and all this kind of stuff. There are things that like women do and men do, and there's a difference between them. But it doesn't mean that you can't know how to do these things. Like I learned how to cook on my own in the military because my mom taught me. Like I listened to my mother when she was like teaching me how to cook. And I learned how to cook. I know how to make my own food, right? Because I was on my own for a long time. I got married and got divorced. I'm back on my own for a long time.
Because you know what happened? You know what happens when you can't cook? You starve to death. Like so, it's like, and some people seem to think that that's completely okay.
And it's not. And but I still learned even from my grandmother. Like she would kick me out of the kitchen because I was a guy, right? So like when I was a kid growing up, like when you had like Thanksgiving or fucking Christmas or whatever, the women's place was in the kitchen. And it wasn't because the men told them it had to be that way, because it was their place. I tried to go in there all the time, and they would kick me out all the time. Like, go outside, go out with your grandpa, your dad, and your uncles, and all that kind of stuff. And I said, cool. But on the other times, I watched her cook, and I watched what she did when she was like making fried chicken, or she was making, fried okra or whatever it was, and I learned to keep that. And I have a book of her recipes to this day that I keep, because I will cook any day of the week. Like this is like eating out all the time and all this kind of stuff that people do is absolutely horseshit. Learn how to cook.
Or Uber Eats, dear Lord.
I know, right?
Who won this game? I just want to see who won.
What are your Lions playing again?
Oh no, I'm on YouTube trying to find another video, and the Louisville versus USC game, the bowl game, started playing or ended, and the highlights came up, and I was trying to see who won.
Oh,
and
my
shockingly,
Cowboys got beat by the fucking Dolphins. I cannot believe it.
Rumor has it they're going to lose again this weekend.
Oh.
Let me double check to make sure. Cowboys schedule. I'm pretty sure it is. Yes, they play the Lions at 8:15.
We'll see what happens.
So the only thing that I'm going to say is that we should be getting our starting defensive tackle back, our starting safety, and somebody else. Oh, God. We're getting 3 players back that are starters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we the guy who was on the Eagles, for drawing a blank, but Gardner Johnson is his last name. The guy who was on the Eagles. Yeah. We signed him, and then like in the first 2 weeks, he tore his pec or his bicep or some shit.
Jesus.
And then he magically like healed this weekend, and they're like, "Yeah, you're playing against the Cowboys." Let's see here. It's just since all of these frauditors and sovereign citizens get towed and arrested and shit, there's just nothing.
Oh, because they're all getting hammed up, and they're all getting hammed up in jail, and they're all getting, oh man, it's so crazy that they actually think, and people still support this shit. Like
Richard, I don't think Tyreek Hill is the most athletic player. I think he's the fastest. Because you have people out there like out there like DK Metcalf, who were like 6'4", 240, built like a Greek god, runs a 4.3 40 and benches like 400 pounds.
Yeah. That's fucking crazy. Well, I mean, and there was a joke made earlier, and I think it was McGavin that made the joke that if I came on here, it was going to be a 3-hour live stream.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds
well,
right.
It's I always try to I've noticed that more people watch after the fact when the streams are like an hour, because it's more just like a really, really, really long video.
Yeah.
But then when it's 3 hours, people don't watch. But the trade-off is more people watch during the stream. So I try to keep it for an hour because it'll get more views and it'll save my sanity. And then sometimes we get to talking about nonsense, and I look up and it's at 2 hours and 49 minutes. And it's just like, well, shit.
Well, the problem is, like, we get on here when this happens every time. When we're talking about sausage or whatever, we start talking about Navy stuff, and it just like, that's what vets to do, right? You start talking about vet stuff, and it goes into everything. So,
with the COVID bullshit, so many places weren't jailing people for minor crimes. I'll tell you right now, where I worked, we would only arrest you for, like, just on the street that day, we would arrest you for unaliving someone, which we did, domestic violence, which by state law we had to, and that's pretty much it. Unless it was
that's a good question. Did you see like a spike in domestic violence during COVID?
No, but that might just be because my city had that's all. And drunk driving. I forgot drunk driving. We literally, the people we arrested the most were domestic violence from the time I started to the time I left. And it was always like 1 or 2 per night. And sometimes it was like, hey, didn't we just arrest you last week for the same thing? But yeah, for those 3 things, that was really all we arrested for. Unless it was like we had a string of catalytic converter thieves that hit like 10 cars. We finally found the guy who was selling them, which brought us back to who was stealing them. All 3 of them came into jail. We got them for that. And then when it came to warrants, unless it was like a felony warrant or a domestic warrant,
well,
that's the only warrants we picked up for. Everything else was advise and release.
So in North Texas, we had this thing called the annual warrant roundup, right?
Yeah.
And they will announce it on the news and announce it on the radio and everywhere else. Like, if you have a warrant, like, come in and turn yourself in before this date. Otherwise, on this day, the next like 3 days, we're gonna do nothing but round you guys up.
Yeah. Well, it's from what I've seen, a majority of the people with warrants should just take care of that shit because it's like not something serious. It's like, hey,
Right.
you've had the biggest thing. Detroit will write traffic tickets. Nobody that lives in Detroit will ever take care of their tickets. So they will have 10 traffic tickets for like $50.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you just get them all taken care of, not even pay $50 for all of them, go in, say, yes, I have 10 warrants. Send me to jail. And you see the judge, they'll probably be like, yeah, pay like $100, bye. Like, thank you for taking care of this like a responsible person. That's just what it was. Will I ever have broken system, broken trust on one of your live streams? You can also bring up Erica and turn it into a Jerry Springer type panel. I will not do that to Erica. So through all this, me and Erica have become pretty good friends. We probably text every day at this point. But yeah, I've tried to talk to Josh. He refuses to answer any questions.
You tried to give him a job. You tried to give him a job.
Yeah, when we live in damn near the same area. So I tried to help him out with a job. Kick tried to help him out with mental health shit. We literally tried to help this dude. He threw it in our faces. He does nothing but project, deflect, victim blame. And then they'll accuse you of gaslighting because you tell the truth about him. And it's like, come on, my guy. So I probably won't have him on my live stream ever. He has occasionally, the closest he will get is restreaming my live stream. And even then, it just makes him sad because he's got 6 times as many subscribers as I do. And I have 113 people watching me at 2:00 in the morning. He will be prime time and only get 13 views. So let me see. I saw another good question
wanted to
here.
know, were you
I think
in
that was the
county
question.
jail or a bigger prison?
I was just in the city. So I worked at the police department, and I worked back of house in the booking, and we had a 10, 13 cell jail that we held people for the court that was next door. And it was like literally 3 days or with express permission from the chief to hold people longer. Like it was like a 4-day weekend or 5-day weekend or whatnot. But we were busy every day. I know the answer to why that is, and come on, you get 40 and I support you. Oh, what? What did I miss? Richard Fuller, I have to scroll up so much. No, I think I got it. Okay. Oh, now I'm just hitting buttons. Navy SEALs the movie.
Oh yeah, no, it was horribly inaccurate. Yeah, it's so funny because the guys I knew that were SEALs and all this kind of stuff. Like being a linguist, one thing interesting about being a linguist, you run into everybody, right? Like I met special forces guys, Rangers, fucking Marine Corps, MRSOC guys, and and Navy SEALs and all this kind of stuff. It's so funny because some of them are like really cool, most of them are really cool, and then every now and then you come across an asshole.
So on my carrier, we always had a EOD team.
Yep.
And all they did, so we helped them drop their boat in the water one time. And then the rest of the time they had their little shipping containers doing whatever they had. And they were just working out 12 hours every single day for 7 months.
Yeah.
And they were all like enormous.
Well, one of my first chiefs, it was kind of funny. He was a SWIC guy, right? And he was like 5'2", but I swear to God, this motherfucker, he was built like a brick shit house, right? And it was so funny because he had like kind of like a high pitched voice, kind of like passing, right?
Yeah.
But he was just a fucking beast. And then one day, when I was at DLI the first time, and I was in Arabic, we had him and a fucking what was he? It was a SWIC. We had a SWIC chief and then an EOD first class, right? And it was so crazy because the workouts they would put us through were just amazing. But he was like, one day they challenged us to pull-ups. They said, okay, here's a gig. If you can beat us at pull-ups, like we'll pick your 3 best guys. If you can beat the 2 of us at the number of pull-ups, like max number of pull-ups, we'll let you go for the day, right? And so the EOD guy got up there. He's like the first class or whatever. He like did it like 15 or whatever pull-ups. And he just kind of dropped. And then the SWIC chief got up there and he fucking did these pull-ups. He did like almost 20 pull-ups. And then he stopped and he hung down, like did a dead man hang. And he looked at us and he like slowly pulled himself back up over. Yeah, there was no way we were going to beat those guys. It was hilarious.
In the Navy, I was in a lot better shape. I weighed like 170 pounds, was running 7 miles every day. I could probably do 25 pull-ups. But like after that 25, my arms were unusable for like the next week.
Jello, yep.
But Richard, no, I was talking about if I was to go live, I think the last time I went live at like a normal time for like normal people, not us at 2:00 in the morning, I got like 300-ish. But it's like, This is why I think Josh is buying subscribers, because if you buy subscribers, they don't watch you because they're fake. So he has 63.8, I think I said earlier.
Yep.
He'll get 13 to like 20 watching his live streams. Like live. And I think I just checked. He has like 150 to 300 on the last 5 he did with Paul. And I think Paul's channel is bigger than mine. But that's why I feel like he's buying. Yeah, his last live stream from 6 hours ago has 168 people. His live stream from yesterday has 270, 285, 247, 268, 302. Like his highest live stream, like 700. And that was him showing his arrest video, I believe. So that's why people watched it.
Vegas Vis wants to know if you can send him a video, Josh, coming to your place.
I'll have to find it. I think that got tossed because I didn't want YouTube to watch it when I was trying to get monetized. I think it's on. I think it's on. So everybody should know at this point. I've got like a million social media things. I think it's on Odyssey. I have it linked to YouTube, so anything I upload on YouTube automatically goes to Odyssey. I'll have to go through it. I know. Shit. I want to say Dummy Kruger did a video on it. Triggered Limey did a video on it. Like everyone has shown it because it was wild. Scott, if you look like just for right now, I shoot for 20% to over 100% for my videos. If I can get 40 or 50% viewership from like my subs per video, that's a win for me, right? So let's just go over my video I did today. I have 11,573 subscribers. In 8 hours, it has 7,300 views, which is more than 20%. So I'm happy with that video. Now, let's just we'll take Broken System, Broken Trust, and then I'll do like Rogue Nation just to like get another one. He put out a video 4 days ago with 63,000 subscribers and 152 people watched it. The one before that, 141. So like that right there, that discrepancy is weird. And then if you take Rogue Nation has 107,000 subscribers. His last video got 18,000, so it's less than 20%. 2 days ago, he put one out, got 4.8 thousand. Put the day before that, 13,000. But then he'll randomly pop off for like 100,000, and then back to 6,000, 8,000, 30,000, 10,000, 9,000, 8,000, 4.5, 9.9. So it's like, dude, Chili. All right. I don't go to Chili's page because it makes me angry and I'm blocked.
Oh, and you even look at like Auditing America. He has like 250 something thousand subs.
No,
he has maybe 1,000. Like
Chili is. I don't want to say Chili buys subs because then Chili will probably try to sue me. But in my opinion, Chili has to be buying subs because these numbers do not make sense. He has 376,000 subscribers. He put out a video 3 hours ago, 1.7. 7 hours ago, 3.2. 4.4, 17,000, which is pretty solid, but when you have over 350,000 subscribers, it doesn't make sense. 4.7, 5.9, 8.8, 6, 3.6, 9, 4.4, 10, 5, 6. If a channel that has 11,000 subscribers is getting more views than your channel that has 376,000, red flag.
Yep, no, 100%. They're liars. 100%. They lie about everything, like literally everything.
So Richard, I don't necessarily care, but it kind of shows the dishonesty from them. Like we all know they're dishonest, but it kind of shows because they're always like, oh, this many people watch me. I have this many subscribers. And they try to like talk up their channel when they're talking to like officers specifically or judges or court clerks and that stuff, because they try to say X amount of people are with me against you. But then you look at their channels and you're just like, and then it's like, well, in reality, 10,000 people are with you and 360,000 of them are fake. Is it possible to purchase views for a video? Yes and no. Yeah, it is YouTube. You ain't wrong. Let me see. Can you explain to me how to buy subs? How does that work for you in the long run? It really doesn't. I think I tell people this all the time. Subscribers, not to be like harsh, in the grand scheme of things, views matter over subs. So if you have 1,000 subscribers but get 10,000 views, YouTube's going to push that video over somebody that has 376,000 and their video gets 1,000 views. How can you buy subs? Literally, you can type in, there's like a million websites to buy subs.
Yep.
But like I said, like it doesn't make any sense to buy subs because eventually YouTube's going to catch you, delete those subs, and then it's like, well, I just wasted money for no reason.
Well, they fall off when you don't pay for it, right?
Yeah. Let's see. He totally buys them from Brazil. It's the place to get subs, I hear. Is it possible to buy views? There are, I believe, places that you can buy views. It's basically just like buying a sub, but they charge you more because those fake subs will be semi-active. Also, I know YouTube will let you. Oh God. You can click a video to. How to say this? It'll let you run an ad for a video, which will basically say, "Hey, watch this video." And depending on how much you spend, they recommend or not recommend. They basically say you'll get X amount of views if you spend X amount of dollars. But it doesn't make any sense to me because it's stupid. It shows many levels of dishonesty and corruption. Yes. Chili doesn't buy subs. His problem is he floods his audience and drowns them by uploading 5 times a day. He needs to learn a thing or two from Amagansett Press. The only thing he could probably learn from Amagansett Press is how to pepper spray unarmed old ladies.
Yeah.
No, it's even if he was, in my opinion, fraud or troll. Puts out several videos a day, and all of his videos always hit. Because there's like if you put out a lot of videos per day, as long as you stretch them out for a few hours and they hit. Like they're YouTube.
Auditor also has like 5 channels, right?
Well, I mean, just for like if he puts out a few videos on the same channel, they all seem to hit for like near what he has subscriber wise, and Chili never does that. I just want to know why YouTube allows some of its creators to abuse people in grocery stores and do nothing about it. I 1000% agree with you. It's weird that people can, Jimmy Hague, JC News Now, can literally say anything he wants. He might not get the most monetization, but he will never get kicked off. But then I say, unalived a few times or drop the F-bomb a few times, and YouTube wants to demonetize my entire video. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, remember though, fucking Jimmy, he's not getting the views you're getting. He's not getting
Jimmy. None of them. Okay, so I'm not trying to say like, oh, I'm the greatest YouTuber ever, because I'm fucking not. But like, I have 11,000, and I try to put out quality content like that. Like I said, gets me 20% or more subscriber views. And I feel like they just try to shotgun it, just try to get views from whoever they're going to get views from. Richard, what about sock accounts? If I have 10 socks and I am following your show, does one name count as 11? Or no? So if you have 11 accounts, that's 11 subscribers. If you watch one video for me with all 11 sock accounts, it counts as 11 views.
11 different views. Yep.
Behind on this. Yeah, that's accurate. I don't. People who may hate Wrangler, may not hate Wrangler. I don't think he's buying subs.
I will publicly disagree with you on that.
Well, the only thing that doesn't make sense, because he does the same thing. He puts out several videos a day, every day, and they get a decent amount of views. So he's growing at like an acceptable pace. Like, you're not going to go in and be like, hey, random sketchy website, can I buy 15 subscribers? Like, normally you'll see it with, it happened a few months ago with a channel that I'm not going to say the name of. It randomly went up like 5,000 subscribers. Their live stream views didn't change. Their video views didn't change. They just randomly gained 5,000 subscribers. That's normally how it works.
Well,
like
the thing I see with him, and the reason I disagree, is that he's not buying subscribers in the aspect of like, going on like the dark web and have some bot do it, right? What he's doing is if you go and watch any of his live streams, he is gifting a shit ton of memberships and all this kind of stuff, right? And for the people that are new, that don't know his issue and his history and all this kind of stuff, like, they'll subscribe, right? Because he like you said, like, he's doing what YouTube wants. He doesn't have a job, right? This man doesn't have a work outside of sitting at home. Like and I know KFARR, I know that you are, taking care of the kids and all this kind of stuff. This man doesn't have that job, right?
You know me, I don't think it's physically possible for me to put out more than one video a day.
But he is literally able to do this because he has no other life. He has nothing else but to put out fucking YouTube videos. So part of it is that he's going to hit the fucking algorithm because he's putting out so many videos a day. And part of it is that when it comes like subs and members and all this kind of stuff, like, he is buying a shit ton of people's subs. Because I've watched these live streams where he is gifting 20, 30 fucking memberships. Right?
Well,
Timmy's doing it or whatever.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. I was about to say, because I know in some of my streams that happen during the day, I get like, I think the other night I had like 100 subscribers or 100 memberships gifted. But what you're saying is she's buying the memberships.
It's the memberships, and so for new people to come in that automatically get a membership, they're going to sub, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not confusing subs and memberships. What I'm saying is that there is a direct correlation between gifted memberships and people who sub.
Technically buying subscribers in the traditional sense of like
yes.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Because I'm sitting here like he doesn't. He would be gaining a lot more than he is. But I see what you're saying now.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like a workaround, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, if he was buying subscribers, he would go from, what is he at, like 4.5?
I think it's like 4.5 right now. Like,
and it's like, if he was doing that, like I said, there's a channel that went from like about 5,000 less than mine to about the same as mine, like overnight, and none of their analytics changed.
Well, Richard, here's the deal. And so let me explain something to you about YouTube, right? And about, like, you know, watching frauditors and all this kind of stuff. The thing is that when you find something you enjoy, like frauditors getting arrested, being called out or whatever, or flat earthers or whatnot, you sub to the guys that put out the most videos, right? Because it's something you can watch on a regular basis. The one thing he does, which is smart, and I'll give it to him, the one thing he does is smart. He puts out 5 videos a fucking day because he has nothing else to do. He has no kids to take care of and nothing else. And so when he hits the algorithm, people are going to see this and they're like, okay, he's calling out, you know, LIA, or he's calling out fucking for public safety on you know, 4 or 5 times a day, and you get that fucking 4 times a day video. Right, and then you get the live stream. So yeah, no, it makes sense that what's happening. The problem is they just don't understand who he is, because most people get on YouTube and they're like, I just want to listen to something while I'm, you know, doing my real life stuff.
I've also said that as well. Like, what's it called? If somebody wants to like stream snipe him,
yeah,
that's not the way to do anything. Like, if I'm going to stream snipe Josh, I'll stream snipe Josh. And if he does anything that I like particularly dislike, I'll do a video about it. Because at the end of the day, videos, this live stream, we had 200 and some odd people in here for like an hour.
Yeah.
This will probably maybe hit 2K and stop. My video that's been out for 8 hours has almost 8,000 views. So, like, if people wanted to do anything like exposing people, do a video. That's why almost all of my shit, where unless it's like hot breaking news that second, or I can turn a video around quick and put it out, I do videos. I did videos for months before I even thought about live streaming. And even then, shit, the last 8 months, I barely live streamed and only put out videos. You're lucky to get one video out a week at the moment. I'm not a perfectionist by any means, but I like to like do a video, research the video, find things about the video, and then post them. I like to make good points. I know some people are like, haha, he's dumb, and that's the extent of their commentary. And I don't want it. I don't want my videos to turn into that. And sometimes, let's be honest,
okay,
some of these frauditors will put out a video that just won't be fucking interesting. So I'll skip right over it.
If you don't mind, I want to answer a couple questions in the live chat. Scott McCrae, what I'm saying is, it's not that he's doing anything underhanded. What I'm saying is, like, I guess it could be kind of underhanded, deceptive, in the aspect of, like, there's an aspect of love bombing with giving away free memberships, right?
Basically, what you're saying is it's not technically a terms of service violation, like legitimately buying subscribers are.
And then also, who's it?
Thanks, Mark.
Oh, Richard. Yeah, Richard. And I'm not okay. So Richard, here's the deal. Richard says, Navy Tex Ranch. So what hit my nerve was he was attacking others' criminal history when his is far worse. Dude, you're cosplaying again. I'm not cosplaying anything that he does. I don't think I've ever said anything other than the truth. If I was on Stone Vest channel, I was on KFARR or whatever. Michael Kaiser, the man who is fraud at Wrangler, is the only suspect in the murder of Donald Cameron. Okay, I've never cosplayed any of that shit.
You said his name, and guess who showed up? Mirrors 420.
Okay, So the truth is that he is a person who has been convicted of 5 fucking felonies, have 5 still outstanding felonies against his name, right? And he is on here pretending on YouTube, pretending that he is a good dude when he is not. I mean, the criminal aspect aside, the stolen valor shit that he's starting to bring up now again, because I guarantee you this, when he got called out for his fucking military shit, and I was on panel with him, because I did go on panel with him, he didn't bring up military thing at all. I did, and he wouldn't, right? And now that he has a whole bunch of new folk that don't know the fucking history of his fucking stolen valor bullshit or his criminal history, now he's going back and saying, well, when I was in the military for 10 years and I was a staff sergeant, I was just down third, which is an absolute fucking lie. Okay? So don't accuse me of cosplaying in anything for that piece of shit motherfucker. What I'm telling you is that there's a way to do things on YouTube that makes it looks like you're better than what you are. All right? He wasn't falsely accused. There was literally a fucking grand jury panel. He's the only fucking suspect, Scott. There was nobody else. There was nobody else that they were even considering for this fucking court case. Nobody else. Just him. Just him. And part of that is because he took a fucking PS3 from the guy's house, uploaded it on his own fucking Wi-Fi, and it was tracked in his own fucking Wi-Fi. For that fucking... Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize.
You're fine.
Scott, go look at everything that's been put out there about him, please, because he is an absolute liar, and he is number one. Lie detectors are useless. Okay, no one said anything about lie detectors, Stacey. I'm sorry.
No, Richard said he failed 3 lie detectors.
Oh yeah. I don't care. Like, I took lie detector tests my entire career because I had to for my clearance. But the thing is, though,
24
is that
words, mirrors.
I mean, literally, the motherfucker had the dude's fucking PS3. And it was connected to his fucking thing. And then the guy's a piece of shit. And he has not accounted for his fucking crimes. He still has 5 fucking charges against him.
I've never heard of... Okay, Scott, I got you. Oh, God.
Well, I mean... Yeah, lie detectors don't help in court and all this kind of stuff. I had to take lie detector tests because I had a clearance in the military, like a really high clearance for a long time. So, but no, what I'm saying is I'm not cosplaying for that motherfucker ever. He's a piece of shit, fucking stolen valor crap, right? And on top of that, he is the only suspect in the murder of this guy who was a former Marine. Am I saying he did it? No. What I'm saying though is that he was the only fucking suspect.
Yeah, Mirrors thinks that there's going to be a conviction for that next year.
Okay, so
I have my doubts.
Let me answer this, Scott. Right? So the reason the charges were dropped so here's what happened. From what I understand, okay, I'm going to say this like as calmly as possible. There was some misverbiage in the actual indictment that came against him, and they dropped the charges so they could re-indict, right? And the judge made it with prejudice, right? And then they applied in 2016. You can go look it up. In 2016, they applied to get the with prejudice taken away, and it was approved. So they can re-indict at any time on this aspect.
I don't think anything's going to happen if we're being honest, just because it's been so long. If they were going to,
I mean, honestly, just
because of the seriousness.
Well, apparently, from what I understand, from everything I've heard, okay, is that his family used to have a lot of influence in that county, in that town that he was in, right? They know Scott McCrae. They do because of the aspect of not wanting to be turned over on appeal. Ask a lawyer if they don't want something to be turned over on appeal. They will do this. Yes,
I think they would have dropped it, and I'm not really in the know, but so they dropped it, with prejudice, got it without prejudice in 2016.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm okay? I just feel like if
As
it,
far
because
as
of the
I know, as
seriousness,
far as I
they
know,
would
is
have.
what happened, right? The point is, though, even without that fucking murder charge going against him, he was charged as of last year with breaking into his employer's place to steal stuff, right? This is of last year, like not 2021, not 2016. This was 2022 that he had been charged with breaking and entering to steal stuff, right? And so it's not false, Scott McCrae. Go look it up. Okay, I mean we can agree to disagree. The one thing I love about this channel and over here is I know there's a lot of Fraud Wrangler fans over here, and I am not a fan of him like at all. And KFARR knows this, and the same thing when I go over to Stone Vet and I talk to him, he's not a fan of KFARR, but that he knows I am, and it's fine, right? You guys can like believe what you want, but the thing is, he is a piece of shit who, in the least of his fucking issues, is that he is claiming military aspects that don't exist. This motherfucker was kicked out of boot camp twice. And just on that alone, go watch, Master Sergeant Retired. He has pulled up the fucking, records of what his shit, right? I mean, go pull it up. KFARR is a fucking vet. I'm a fucking vet, right? And so someone who claims to have, you spent 10 years in the fucking army, you attained the rank of staff sergeant, and it turns out the motherfucker couldn't even go through boot camp twice, fuck off. Right? And then the criminal charges are still out there. You can literally go look them up. Okay. So I apologize. I got on a stance for a minute because I cannot stand that motherfucker. He is a No, okay. Here's the deal, Scott McCrae. Like, you can go through boot camp. If you get injured in boot camp or whatever, you can get VA benefits. It doesn't make you a fucking vet in the same way that I'm a vet or KFARR is a vet or fucking, Stone Vet's a vet or Master Sergeant Retired is a vet. Oh,
Apparently
Shuggy.
you're not,
I know.
You're not a vet. You're a sludge mariner.
Oh, okay. Give me a second. I'll fucking prove right now to everyone that I am a vet. And I can do this because I have no fear of you guys coming after me, right? So let me do the one thing.
You see what I did.
Let me do the one thing that Fraud Wrangler has never done.
Oh,
I don't even have to show a DD-214 because I am a retired vet, which means I have a retired vet ID.
So are you trying to join memberships? Because if oh Lord, okay. So the only way you can do channel memberships that I know of is during live streams or premieres. Let me just try to do something real quick. I'll find out for you. I'll try to become a member on somebody random's page. John Legado's a good choice.
Shuggy, I know you know that I am, but the thing is though is that here's the thing. So I come on here, I come on KFARR's channel, and I claim to be a vet of 21 years, right? A Navy vet of 21 years, and someone wants to know how can I prove this, right? The thing is that the problem I have with Wrangler and the shit that he didn't prove a fucking thing, never. KFARR's put out his DG-14. I've looked at his DG-14 on Stone Vet's channel and said, no, that
is
like
John Legado not monetized?
I don't know.
I just tried to become a member and there was nothing to even like super chat or fucking. Okay, Miss Mandy, that's gonna work for today. Okay, let's go. Okay, yeah, it'll be at the very top. Jesus, Miss Mandy. If you're trying to do memberships, it should be at the very top when you go to my page. Next to the subscribe button, it should say join. And then it'll let you do whatever memberships you want. Yeah, I don't think John Legado's monetized. No, he's not. Well, there you go. Well, it's probably like did he retire from the FBI?
He retired from as far as I know, he did.
Weird.
So besides the fact that I have a greater beard than KFARR, right?
1,000%. And I don't know if you saw, I trimmed it almost all the way off.
Yeah,
last
you
weekend.
did. Yeah.
And
and I'm
and I
gonna.
cut my
I think I have
hair.
to like when I get into the academy, I have to like shave the whole thing. But here's how
Oh, yeah.
easy it is for me to prove that I'm a vet. Right? Is I have this little card that shows my face.
John got his
And
own
it
laptop.
shows, right? And it says retired and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't give any crazy personal information that I haven't given out before, right? It just shows you that I am a retired vet. Okay? That's how
Yeah.
easy it is to fucking prove this shit.
I think on my DD-214, the only thing I crossed out was my social security number and my previous address. I think.
Yeah.
Just because I think my
Scott-
cousin lives at that address and I don't want them harassed at the address.
Scott McCrae. Yeah, I know. I get the nice like Nordic aspect to my beard. So this is actually I need to get trimmed. It's getting kind of long, so I gotta get it trimmed. But yeah.
Vegas Vips. This isn't even bad. There's 109 people here. That's not bad. We had, what was it? Even in a premiere. Oh God, which video was it? I forgot what video it was, but we had like 500 people in the chat. When you have to slow the chat, that's when you have a bad time.
Yeah. But then what I'm saying is like, is that fucking simple? Is that fucking simple to show that you're a vet and all this kind of stuff, right? And it's just the thing is like I'm proud of it. So I mean, if anyone would ever ask me, right, and I would tell them the same thing. Like I would show the card and be like, hey, go to someone like Mass Sergeant Retired and have them look me up because you can look me up 100%.
Okay, do I sound better now?
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Yes, I just did an entire 3.5 hour live stream talking to my damn webcam mic and not my fancy fucking mic.
I was
just went to
wondering if there was
sneeze.
an issue, but I wasn't going to say anything because I
just went to
what your setup
sneeze
is.
and went to mute my mic and I turned off my video so you guys didn't have to see my sneeze face. And I saw my like the voice thing still talking and I'm just like, what the fuck? So I just changed it to, well, guys, we're gonna restart this stream, so be ready for another 3 hours. God.
Well, it was only like the last like probably hour or so that you sounded like you were in a cave.
Well, I mean, theoretically, I am in a cave.
True. Very true.
God, that's annoying. Yeah, Vegas. So random. I mean, my camera's probably got a better microphone than most people's mics, but this is my microphone that I spent money on to prevent background noise or background static. Yeah. So it's like, good. Next stream I should have. So I tried to hook it up where I got a bunch of extensions so that I could stream the fish tank because Steve has gotten huge. So I bought two 10-foot USB to USB extensions and I was messing with it at the beginning to try to get Steve to be like where you are and then you could be next to Steve.
Nice.
But I couldn't figure out how to do it. But now that I have two laptops, I'll just hook one laptop up to that camera and I'll just have like one laptop here and one laptop here. Oh, God, that's just annoying. Yeah, I would show my DD-214 or my old military ID, but I don't keep my wallet in my office because I have my brain isn't what it used to be, so I regularly forget it places.
Oh, Shuggy, yeah. You're like retired Royal Navy. Like, yeah, we're brothers, brother. That's the way it is. Always.
The fish tank streams always do very poorly. In their defense, I normally do them while working. So I'll have my phone looking at my fish tank and I'll be editing a video. So it's very, very struggleish to get views.
Scott McCrae, so the aspect of stolen valor is, how can I put this? There's an aspect that is actually illegal, right? If you go out there and you're claiming, certain things that you didn't do in the military in order to gain like monetary value, that's against the law, right? But what I can say is that when you go out on YouTube and you claim to be someone you're not, you claim to have done things you can't, like you went through, 3 tours in Afghanistan and earned yourself 2 Purple Hearts, right? The problem is that people will hear that and they will donate to you, okay? And they will sit there and say, well, you're a disabled vet and this, that, and third. And so they will do things that they wouldn't normally do, right? And that to me is also stolen valor, because I have friends. I have friends who have lost legs and friends who have passed away because they were actually in combat doing these things, right? And so to me, even though he's not out there like dressing in a uniform and pretending
He's
to be
not
this,
going
that,
full
and third,
Jeremy DeWitt.
right, exactly. It's still stolen valor because you're going out there and telling people you had this experience and you don't. Like you literally don't. You were never there. You never did those things, right? Like I will tell people 100% right now, as I said on Stone Vet's channel, I am not a combat vet, but I am a vet who
Yeah, I
served
think
on
we talked about this
submarines.
before. I think we
Yeah.
talked about this before. We were deployed,
Yeah.
but combat vets we are not.
No, I'm not. And I would never claim that because I loved my career. Like I was a linguist. I worked at Intel for 20 years and worked with, you name an agency, right? A 3-letter agency, I worked with them, right? And I got the pleasure of doing that. And the thing is that I will never claim something that I'm not because I loved my career. KFARR, you were a fucking bosun's mate, right? And for most people who were not in the Navy, don't understand that bosun's mates actually had a lot of power on board the ship.
Shuggy. Oh, man. Did I miss this comment 40 years ago about them being a Royal Navy?
They
retired.
hit me up like recently. No, they hit me recently.
Okay. The
So
Royal
Shuggy,
Navy.
yeah, no, I mean I love the Royal
The
Navy.
HMS Dragon is the fanciest thing I ever did see. Hey, we were doing an unrep and it pulled up next to the unrep ship on the other side to get fuel, and I'm just sitting there. That's fancy. Our shit's all rusty and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it was like their brand new ship at the time.
Also, Scott McCrae wants to know what BMs do. So what do you do, Boats?
It depends. It all depends what time of shit we're doing. Like during the normal work day, just normal work shit. Like no joke. Maintenance, painting shit. But that's basically what every other rate does during a normal time. And then shit. On watch, we were driving the ship. I think I've described all that shit. Aft steering, lee helm, all that shit. For unreps, we were the ones connecting all the fucking fuel lines, bringing over all the cargo, yada, yada, yada. That is it.
But the
There's
thing is,
probably
the
more,
one
I
thing
just-
people don't understand is that if you didn't have bosun's mates, the ship wouldn't run.
Well, this is the thing that angered me. So apparently, bosun mates are the janitor of the entire ship, which is not correct. Did you ever take out the trash?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it turns out everybody does that.
In
Did
fact,
you have to
there
clean
was
the whole
we had to go throw out trash before we got to go on Liberty when I was in Antigua.
It's one of those things like apparently the bosun mate was the only person who cleaned on the entire ship, and it's like no, that's part of everyone's job. Like it people don't put 2 and 2 together. The ship, when you're deployed or sub, is your home when you're deployed. Do you clean your home? Because I clean my home. So it's like that's part of everything.
Oh, we had to go. So I was in so I was in a thing called a fuck. It wasn't a skiff. What do they call it? It was the secret area on the aircraft here, right? And we had cleaners I think it was every Wednesday, right? They called cleaners, and we had to go out and like literally we buffed like the blue tile area, which didn't need to be buffed or cleaned or anything because it was right next to the captain's fucking eating quarters, right? But we still had to go out there every fucking Wednesday and fucking pretend to clean.
2 times every single day on deployment. It was called sweepers. It was like
That's
8
what
to
it was.
8:15.
Sweepers, man your post. Yep.
Yes, every single day, every single person on the ship had a designated spot to make sure it wasn't fucked up.
Yep. It was sweepers.
And it's like
God, that brings back
from people in the galley all the way up to people who worked for the reactor. They were fucking cleaning something for 15 minutes.
Yep. And they would come across a 1MC. It was like sweepers,
Yeah.
man your post,
Like,
right? And we went out there like
I guess that
literally
was the
cleaned things
bosun
that
mate
already
too.
been cleaned. Yeah.
The 1MC thing. I guess I could have done that too.
Oh man, the 1MC, that was a thing. So for those that don't know, the 1MC is like the overall speaker system throughout the entire
Did
ship.
everyone clean, or were there slobs and stinky dudes everywhere?
Oh God.
Yes,
Yeah,
there were some
don't get
people.
me started.
There were some people that believed in the axe bath.
Yeah.
I think I told this story. I was in the same cube as my brother. I was the bottom rack. Another dude from Michigan was the middle rack, and my brother was the top rack. Well, the guy on the other top rack next to him.
I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, he was an absolute shitbag. And when we left for, I forgot if it was an underway or deployment. I think it was an underway because he got there near the end of when I was there. Dude brought a whole pizza on the ship, and 2 months into like this underway, like, well, I guess probably a month and a half into this underway, this dude still had slices of pizza from that pizza, and all he did was throw the pizza box under his rack. And then when he got kicked out, did he get kicked out? Yeah, when he got kicked out, we were cleaning his rack and found the moldy pizza. And it's like, that's disgusting. Another guy would work cargo for the galley, which was just bringing things from point A to point B for the CSs. The dude would not bathe, and just every single day in the morning before he went to bed, he would just spray himself with like a bottle of Axe and then get in his rack. And I'm like, that's disgusting. I don't know how to sell the bosun mate job well necessarily. So it's not like I'm trying to like culinary specialist, Scott. That's who microwaved the food.
It used to be the MSs. They used to be called MSs, mess specialists. When I joined the Navy, because I'm older than KFARR, right? So when I joined the Navy back in 2002, they were MSs, which was mess specialists. And mess was the food, right? The galley and all this kind of stuff. And so they got changed to culinary specialists later on because the Navy wanted to try to associate military jobs with outside jobs.
Civilian things, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And the thing that the bosun's mates did was that they kept the ship running. Like, and what I mean is that they fixed anything that was wrong, right? And so if you were in the Navy, the United States Navy, and you were on a ship, there are certain rates you don't fuck with. Okay, one of them was bosun's mates, one of them was the SKs, the ship keepers, and then the ship handlers, right? And because they controlled different aspects of what you could get while you were underway, especially when
and they changed. What did they change? They changed ship keeper to oh god, it's SH, but I forgot what it stands for.
Ship handler.
And it's so stupid because those are the people.
It's ship handler. Yeah, they call it.
Yeah, because those are the people that run the ship store, do the barbershop bullshit.
Like, was it like QMs? I think. So bosun's mate took over like QMs and things like that, like the quartermaster.
Well,
and all
on my ship we had, oh god, my department was close to 200 people, and
you were in operations, right? You were in the operations department.
Nope, deck
department.
And we had probably 200 people, and there was maybe 10 quartermasters on the ship, maybe, and of those, 6 of them used to be in deck department and came in undez and then got the rate of quartermaster when they were trying to get out.
Well, this is one thing I want to put out there too. So when I was looking at KFARR's DD-14 with Stone Vet, one of the things that people don't realize is that to be a bosun's mate, there is no A school for a bosun's mate.
No, we had like, I forgot if it was like a week or 2 weeks of like, this is the bare minimum that you need to do before
well,
you
because
go.
what they don't understand is if you come in, there's a thing in the Navy where you come in what they call undes, right? Undesignated, which means you don't have an actual job. You're just coming in because you don't know what your job wants to be yet or whatever. So you just come
Yeah.
in willy-nilly into the Navy, right?
I
And
think
then
of
those
my
guys get looped into the fucking BMs because the undes do the same thing for the most part. If you
yeah.
correct me if I'm
So
wrong.
if you come in a BM, you're better than an undes, but at the same time, did I finish typing what I was going to type? Okay. Yeah, if you come in a bosun mate, you are better than an undes, but I think of my boot camp class, I think 20 of us came in to the same ship, to the same department. I think one of the 20 or 1 out of 25 of us was actually rated a bosun mate coming in, and everybody else was undes. Like when I was going in, the only thing available at MEPS was undes. And it's not like I didn't qualify for like everything. I got a 77, 78 on my ASVAB. So it's like I'm not dumb, but I'm not a genius, but I qualify for like damn near every job.
So one of the things, and I tell people this, and they don't really understand it. When I was on the USS McCluskey, which was a frigate back in 08, right? It was a reservist frigate. So
Yeah.
most of the guys on board were, like reservists. They get called to active duty, like FTA, right? And one of the highest honors I got was that one of the there was a BM3 that I was talking to one day, right? And he had some questions. I've been in the Navy for, let's see, like 2008. I've been in the Navy for like 6 years at the time, right? And he was asking some questions about like military life and all this kind of stuff, and I helped him out. And one of the things is, and a lot of people don't understand this, is that he gave me as an aspect of a thank you for helping him with his career, his bosun's spot. Like he gifted it to me. And to this day, it's one of the greatest gifts I've ever gotten.
Let me.
Because for someone like myself, so people understand, like I was a linguist. I was a CTI, right? As a linguist, I'm a visitor on board the ships, right? So for someone on board the ship, especially a bosun's mate, to give me something for thanking them for helping, I am like a stranger. I'm a visitor there, and it was just one of the best things I ever got. They told me that I got the highest score ever on the D lab. Oh yeah, I got pretty high on the DL as well. Oh, Scott McRae. That's why I was put in Arabic when I first got sent to DLI.
Oh, well, there's that. That fixed that problem. What am I trying to do? Do you know this Shuggy person?
I don't. No. Other than the fact that they said that they are UK Navy retired.
Oh, God. Because Shuggy wants to come up, but I have a very rational fear of getting my channel deleted.
Can you look at them in the background before allowing them to come up?
Yeah, but
that'd be the only thing I would say is that like make them show their face. Even if they don't want to show it on live stream like I do, right? See if they can actually show you their face in the background before you let them up. That's the only thing I know, because that's what I did when I went on Vilified Freedom, right? I was like the first person he's ever let up on a live stream, and I just showed my face so that he would know that I wasn't prawn bonding him.
Wait, are you human? Yes, Discord, I am human.
We were both on with Josh this morning. Shuggy, yeah. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I do know Shuggy. He's the one. I've known him in fucking what's it called? The Stone Vet. Like I know him from Stone Vet. Yes, he's a good guy. No, he's good.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Shuggy, I forget. I apologize. I'm sorry. It's been a late night. I've been working, doing stuff today. No, Shuggy's good. Sorry, Shuggy. I apologize. It's been a while. You and I haven't talked in a while.
Shoot. Oh man.
Yeah, so like shoot him a link. I'm like, he's good. I'm like, he's good.
Yeah, I did. I did, and then got off Discord, so it should be good.
All right, Shuggy, come on up. Yeah, he's been on Stone Vest with me before. I wasn't like putting two and two together. So
yeah, if I don't get off Discord, it's just constant beeping.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So I came in undes, had no interest in being a BM, but because I was basically, wait, what did I miss now? Scott, what did I miss? I don't think I missed anything. Okay. No, I came in undes, had no interest in joining or being a BM, but I was there for like a hot second. And I'm just like, well, I'm smarter than everyone else in my department. I'll just stay this and do this.
So what caused you to leave the Navy?
Me?
Yeah.
I hated my first class. So I had how to explain this? I had a counter on my phone to exactly how many days, how many hours, how many seconds until I got out of the Navy. And this guy came in. He was for the longest time, we didn't have a first class. So we had, E1 through E3, we had probably 100. We had probably 20 third classes, a handful of second classes, no first classes, a chief, a senior chief, and a master chief.
Oh,
and
wow.
then, AFL and all that nonsense.
Yeah.
So we finally got this first class who was on a sub tender or whatever. And he came in, and our old chief, or I guess our old senior chief, went to bat for us all the time. And then we got a first class, like the last one we had, went to bat for us. And good guys. They went on one, I think they both retired, got out. This new first class that came from a subtender and basically told us to fuck off, and the only reason he was there was to make chief. And I'm just like,
yep.
Fuck that.
All right, I'm going to make your life miserable.
Fuck that for the soldiers.
Hey, Shuggy, how you doing, Bubba?
Navy, you do know me. We had a very fun chat one morning, if you remember.
I do, and I'm sorry that I didn't recognize you from the fucking live chat. It's been a minute, bro.
You're fine. You're fine. KFARR, you annoy me intensely. You did a lot more than you're saying, and you sell yourself really fucking short. I'm sorry.
Oh, I always do that.
You really do. Okay, I'm Royal Navy, not American Navy, but I think the premise is the same. Every single man on a warship, or person, sorry, these days, my days it was men, but now it's people, are vital. You played a critical role in the war role of that vessel. Your war role was to get that platform from point A to point B in a state fit to fight the enemy. That, forget anything else, that was your role, and you did it time and time again. If you got that ship from point A to point B, you achieved the aim. Right, and you are vital in that role. Yes, you're only on watch for 4 hours at a time. Whoop-de-doo. But during that 4 hours, you are responsible to the captain by also watch for a specific role.
Yeah, I was about to say, for 4 hours, I got to drive a gigantic warship.
No, you didn't. You got to helm a warship. The officer watch, on direction from the captain, drove the ship. I was officer watch. All right, this is where language is critical, but still, I would tell my boatswain's mate or my quartermaster, my helmsman, steer X. And his job was to keep that ship on track, per my order from the bridge. So that was a mission critical role for 4 hours. Now then, a day is not 4 hours, 24 hours. Let's say you have 8 hours in your rack. That gives you a further 12 hours to do your secondary role. Clean, paint, husbandry, in you call unrep, we call a RAS. Absolutely, you have a specific role to play. The other thing that you fail to mention, and it really annoys me because it's critical too, is in port, you have a completely different but no less important role to play, be it ship maintenance, be it ship husbandry, be it store ship. I don't care what it is. You still have a role to play. So even though you were a bosun's mate, which sounds, I'll be honest with you, it sounds fairly mediocre. It's not. And I really wish that you would sell yourself because you, and Navy, you'll agree, right? You had 21 years, I had 6 years.
Yeah.
What do you do? I had 6 years, great. But KFARR, you've got to, do you see what I mean, dude? I've said this to you before in your chat, haven't I? KFARR.
When I've said this,
Sorry, I
I
was
said this 1,000
trying to read
times.
Vegas
I said
Vit's
on
chat.
Stone Best, Shuggy, you know, you're on there with I was talking to Stone Vet, and you've heard me talk to him.
Yeah.
Do not
Yeah.
discount the bosun's mates because they are literally one of the race you don't fuck with on a ship because they control everything going on.
For us, it was, yeah, different for us in that you didn't piss off the cook, you didn't piss off the medic, and you most certainly didn't piss off the marine engineers. Because if you piss off marine engineers, your head stopped working. And
we
I mean,
didn't want to piss off the HTs.
Yeah, the HTs.
Because if your bathroom,
yeah.
if your bathroom ever got fucked up, the HTs were the ones that came and fixed it, and you didn't want to be without a shitter for a week or two.
Yep.
On a ship of 5,000.
Now the problem is Navy, we know, is a sludge mariner. So the way to piss him off is just say range to target, one ping only.
Yeah.
But you know, honestly, I mean, the Navy is different from the other services because we do our war role day in, day out. Now, there's a warfare department. When we get to a zone, then they take over. Fair cop. You know, that's their role, is to actually fight the ship once it gets there. But our role, when we're engaged in combat, doesn't change. We have to make sure this ship gets where it's going in a state fit to fight the enemy.
Well, Shuggy, I think you should tell the chat because they may not be aware of your military history.
Okay, so I did 6 years Royal Navy, and I was at sea for 6 years. I was an officer watch, which meant I actually was responsible to captain on a 4-hourly basis for the entire conduct of the ship. I was a warfare officer. I was a boarding officer. I left the Navy and joined the Intelligence Corps and did 6 years of combat end. So, like Navy tech, I was an int man. So, they go 6 years at sea. Beats Josh's 10 months, right?
Right.
Even KFARR beats Josh's 10 months at sea. But no, so I mean, KFARR, that's what you don't piss me off, dude. Of course you don't. But do you see what I'm saying to you? Is you've got to sell what you do.
It too much. That's all I keep saying. Like the bosun's mates were, like, one of the things. Like I said, like that's why I say, like, you know, one of the biggest honors I got was that one of the BMs, BM3, gave me his bosun's spot as an appreciation for helping him with his, you know, military career. And I take that, like, my first class. Okay, so one thing people don't know, and I don't think I've said this on here before, but my first class, who was like CTI 1 that took me out on on the Washington, all this kind of stuff, was a prior bosun's mate. And he told me about everything that was, you know, what the bosuns did, right? There's an aspect where, you know, only the bosun's mate in the United States Navy can say that they came into the Navy through the hawse pipe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I refer to when I talk to KFARR, I'm like, you came into the Navy through the hawse pipe, right? And that's the only rate in the entire Navy that can claim that. They can claim this aspect of understanding. And that's why whenever I went on like the McCluskey and all this kind of stuff after the Washington, like I became friends with the bosun's mates, right? And,
yeah, so I mean, they also control the gangway, don't they?
Yeah. Well, and then you have like there is a Filipino aspect when it comes to, and people may get mad for me saying this, but when you're a ship handler or ship keeper, right, in the United States Navy, the majority is run by Filipinos. Like they have the Filipino mafia. It's one of the things that they will admit to 100%, right? And you got to get getting good with them. It's the same way you getting good with the bosun's mates or the fucking docks or
Hang on a
whatever.
sec.
And
So hang on a sec. So you got the Filipinos. We don't in the Royal Navy. We're British, except for the Chinese laundrymen and every warship. Well, I don't know. They still don't. They still do. The laundry is run by a Chinese locally employed person, and he was known as number one. And if you pissed, that was the other person you did not piss off. If you pissed off number one, laundryman, you got absolutely, your laundry got held up for months.
Yep.
And
KFARR backed me up about the Filipino mafia. Like, you know, this is one.
No, I believe you. I believe you.
I think I told the story of the Master Chief for the SH was like the head of the Filipino mafia for my ship. So I was cool with him. So I like got the trickle down coolness with all the other like Filipino chiefs, Filipino first classes.
But KFARR, what was that training that you said you didn't do? An A course? Is that what it was? Bosun's mates didn't do? A school. Okay.
Oh yeah, we didn't go to
in the Royal because in the Royal Navy, general naval training is what the seamanship department do, right? And you were, in my world, you were part of the seamanship department. You basically maintained the ship and provided the helmsman and his mate at sea. So our junior seamen on the seaman's branch didn't go through any additional training because basic naval training was their training. And everyone has that basics. And then other branches go on to do branch specific training. Right. So, I mean, I remember HMS Argyle, one of my, we call them bosun's mates, who's the sort of number two behind the quartermaster, who's the helmsman. But he'd been in the Navy 6 weeks when we deployed. And he was up there on a 4-hour basis, conning the fucking ship, steering it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I mean, he was 6 weeks in the Navy. You do not, and he was what? He was 18, I think. That's why I say everyone in the Navy on a ship is critical to running that ship.
Yep.
And again, Kevin, you are crap at selling what you did. You definitely downplay it. Navy's right.
I forgot a part two. I was also cox and qualled, which
nice.
Was that full boat?
So that was we had the 7-meter rib on the carrier, and that's basically, it was me, my brother, one of my good friends, and I think the first class, we were the only 4 people with a cox and quall on the ship of 5,000.
Did you launch a speedboat from man overboard drills, or did you use a helicopter? Okay.
It depends. It depends, like sea state, if they were off doing something, if they were under maintenance, all sorts of nonsense.
When I was in Hong Kong in 91, Enterprise turned up. And because we ran Hong Kong at the time, and we had the joint service base at HMS Tamar, all sorts of diplomatic stuff had to come through us. And I happened to be in the mess one night at a time, having a large glass of something, which will remain nameless. An American foreign captain walked in, and I started talking to him. And he was here, he'd come in to see the diplomatic mission. Because apparently, on their Pacific transit, or wherever they come from, they'd lost a man. And all he could say was a man was dead. They haven't found a body. He didn't go to the side, because most of the time the ship was at flying stations, so they couldn't get out. All they could say was a man had died. They hadn't found him yet. It's like ridiculous.
Damn.
We had something like my ship didn't. We had I want to say it was a female on a amphib ship while we were out on an underway. She left her boots on the fantail, and they're like, yeah, we think she's gone, but we haven't found the body. It was like 6 days. They called in every ship that was like on an underway to go and look for her. And they're just like, she gone, but we ain't got a body.
But I mean, Kevin, if you've met HMS Dragon, then you need to find a show on YouTube called Warship Life at Sea, where they look at a Type 45 destroyer, Type 46 destroyer, sorry, which is a D class, and that will show you exactly what you did. And it does actually extract. No, it's Duncan. takes her into the Med and into the Black Sea. And it shows exactly the job that you were doing and how important that job was.
Yes, 100%.
And I miss it day in, day out. And they do. And then on the first season of that show, the HMS Nottingham, which Type 23 frigate, which I was on, they do a RAS at sea, and it's in a 4-7 storm. And these ships, as you know, are 100 feet apart, doing 15 knots, 100 feet apart. You cause the Bernoulli effect, and you're compressing that water into 100 feet between two bloody great ships. And all the ships want to do is come together.
Yep.
Because of the pressure of the water. And watching them do it in I never did it in a 4-7. Watching these buggers in a 4-7 and taking on literally full fuel. They had a problem, so they needed all the fuel they had to go and chase a Russian Alpha. And it was, memories. And the infamous, I don't know if you do it in the US Navy, we used to do what's called an emergency breakaway. At the end of a RAS, having done the job we had to, which was resupply the warship, we then do what's called an emergency breakaway, which is 5 long blasts on the ship's whistle. Both levers, half the head, top revs, hard to port. So literally all you're doing is you're going away at speed. You cut all lines with axes and away you go.
Yep.
They were great fun. They were fantastic. The arse end goes down and the tanker steers to starboard, you steer the port, and away you bloody go. God, it was fun. I used to love it. Doing a RAS was great fun.
I enjoyed doing my actual job, like doing RAS and shit like that. I didn't enjoy the reason for man overboard, but like dropping the boat or dropping the rib. God, I have to be all technical now. Yeah, dropping the rib. I love that shit, but God, doing just the random shit during the day was so boring.
So for those that don't know, the rib, we calling a rib, is a rigid hull inflatable boat, which is the
and people need to stop calling it a rib boat. That is one of the biggest pet peeves when you call it a rib boat. Like the boat is already
a rib, or the Coast Guard calls it an OTH, right, over the horizon, and that's what they call it. And so,
but don't forget, the only thing in the Navy that's called a boat sinks, right, Navy?
Well, yeah, because technically subs are called boats. Right.
Yep.
Anything that's not sinkable is called a ship. So when you say boat, like for example, I got my boat qualification is because I was on a submarine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I used to I used to be in command of the ribs. We had 2 on board. When I was at Dartmouth doing my training, we had the new Sea Rider ribs, and they had the full 120 horsepower inboard diesel turbos on board.
Oh wow!
And they weren't governed. And this is what the Navy was about to get on the new warships. God, we had fun with them. When they got to fleet, they were governed to 30 knots. Made no sense. This is a vehicle you're using to go and get a man out of the water, and you govern the fucking speed. Made no sense to me at all.
Wouldn't want to do.
Yeah, exactly. But because I was a boarding officer, I had an eye to the boat crews.
Right.
And we didn't in those days we didn't fast rope because health and safety. So we would do all boardings through the rib. And getting out the side of some of those bloody ships we boarded was horrific. But those ribs were such fun. God, they were fun. I was quite jealous of the boats team who got to drive the buggers. I'll never forget.
Yeah, me too.
I was joining HMS Argyle, and I'd just been having surgery. And the captain said, "We're going to join." And they were up at Kyloch House, up the north of Scotland. I said, "Can't do that, sir. Why not? Far too bloody far." "Well, where?" "How about Douglas?" he said. "I'm the man." I said, "Can't do that, sir." "Why not?"
I'll be right back.
Well, he said, I'm off for the first day in. "Yours the first day in?" He said, "Well, where then?" I said, "Well, as you come south of Corryvreckan on the west coast of Scotland, there's a wee island. I'll be on the pier on a Sunday afternoon." "Why?" I said, "I'll have lobster for dinner." Literally, I was sat on the end of the pier in full number 5s plus sword. And into the guy rocked up, launched a seaboat, picked me up with a box of lobsters or 2, So we back to ship. We had lobster for dinner.
That's fucking crazy.
The misuse of government funds in a major bloody way.
Oh yeah, no, I get you.
But I mean, we got away. We got away with murder back in the early 90s, late 80s, because we were still a big military force. We still hadn't come down really from the Korean War. I mean, I was in HMS Penelope, and we sailed from Praz Lane on the west coast by Holy Lock, and we took off in a helicopter, landed outside my house, picked up a dozen lobsters, and flew back with lobster for dinner. Having access to cheap lobsters was a really good bribe.
Yep.
But I mean, is he back yet? No, he's not. KFARR, he doesn't. I said it again. I'll say it time and time again. He's got to explain what he does, because he actually had a seriously important. Okay, for 4 hours of a shot or 6 hours of a shot, he had a very important role. We all did.
Yeah.
Yep.
I once had to transport an ATM machine. You said rib boat. And yes, I just realized rib boat is exactly like VIN number.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But I mean, KFARR, did you enjoy the Navy? Really? Did you enjoy being at sea? I loved it.
I
loved
enjoyed
being at sea.
my actual job. I enjoyed the people I was with outside of that first class. Let's be real. Yeah, if I could have done that job for 4 years, I probably would still be in. But like when you're in port, it's just so dumb.
And
boring. We had 8 months a year at sea. Was a problem. So we never got bored and pissed off.
When I got out of boot camp in 2012. Went and did my nonsense for a week or two in a different part of Chicago. They flew me out on deployment, did a little, like half a deployment. We came back December 21st, went back out into January because we were covering for another ship. So we did back-to-back deployments. So I was gone like 10 months, something like that.
Jesus. By the time by the time you went into boot camp, I was in for 12 years.
Yeah.
Hang on, when did you go into boot camp?
I went in 2012.
I've been out.
10 years, yeah.
I've been out for 20. I've been out for 20 years.
Yeah, the thing that killed me was going into the dry dock. The operations department had it right. They came in, busted their ass for like 3 hours, got all their work done, and left. And for some reason, my department head was like, "We want the captain to see us all day." So we were there from 7 to like 8 o'clock at night, just standing there like this. Like, what are we doing? And at that point, it's like, I feel like you're just wasting my time, and you're wasting. Yeah. At that point, I like damn near blew out my back trying to fix. So you know how every ship in the Navy receives fuel, but our carrier could also send fuel, but that station had been broken for 2 deployments because we just didn't do it. Well, we were trying to fix it, and I don't know if you guys know this, but the giant chunks of metal that actually receive fuel, they aren't light, and they're on like the second deck. It's impossible to get anything useful up there to pull it down. So we were just trying to manhandle the thing. Damn near blew out my back. Had to go to physical therapy for like 6 months. And I'm just like, I'm going to die here. Like,
Scott McCrae says, my grandfather was at sea for all of 42 to 43, except for 6 weeks. And he was only home long enough to knock up my grandmother with my dad.
My man.
There you go.
They do say that most naval officers, once they get their first short job, they're divorced within 6 weeks because they're not used to living with people.
Well, I want to tell you guys this: like, Sugar, I love having you up here, and KFARR, thank you for having me on. But it's about time for me to hit the rack.
Yeah, me too. I just got back from work. So, but again, Kevin, please, dude, please, please, please explain what you did, because you did have a critical fucking job.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a piece of paper and write down everything and just keep it next to my computer so I can give a actual description of my job.
No, and that's why I say, like, you know, when I was talking to like Stone Vet and all this kind of stuff, like, you don't understand how important bosun's mates are to the fucking Navy, right? Like, they're literally the backbone of the fucking Navy.
Navy, you're wrong. Every person that goes to sea on that ship is critical to that ship, or they wouldn't be there.
Well, yeah, no, I get that, but what I'm saying is that when it comes down to, like, you know, the actual ship functioning, right?
Mm-hmm.
As a CTI, like being on that ship, I'm not affecting that ship functioning, right? But bosun's mates do, right?
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll give you that.
So that's what I mean when I say that they're the backbone of the fucking Navy, is because they're the ones who make sure that, you know, everything's running correctly.
And again, Kevin, remember, you have a shore role or a port role and a sea role. They're totally different and both critical.
Oh, yeah. Totally different.
Yeah. And, you know, don't sell yourself short. Again, your war role was to get that platform from point A to point B in a state fit to engage the enemy. Right? That was your only job on board. Literally, that was your own, that was the non-warfare team's job, was to get that
and on top
platform
of that, let's not
ready to
forget
fight.
that these guys, like you guys, like the BMs and when we hit port, right, and we got off for Liberty, you were the ones that had to stay behind to fucking paint the ship or fucking fix what fucking ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all guys never got the same liberty that, you know, myself as a writer did.
Yep. So, dude, please, and I've got to crack on too. But listen, thanks for having me up. Navy, if they didn't remember me, you're in deep shit, dude. Trust me, you're in trouble now, man.
Oh,
KFARR,
bring it on, bring it on, bro. Come on, bring it the fuck on.
Game on, dude. Game on, shippers. KFARR, listen,
I
mate.
love you to death, but fucking bring it on.
You game on, game on.
Game on. Yeah.
KFARR, just mate, don't sell yourself short, shippers, please, because you know,
I agree.
You've got a bad rap. You don't deserve it. And everyone that went to sea had a critical job. And with that, guys, thanks for having me up. I'm out of here. Take care, guys.
Have a good night, baby. But no, he's 100% correct. He's 110% correct. You sell yourself short all the time. And about what the bosun's mates did and what their critical role when it came to the actual functioning of a ship. Yeah. Sure, he's right. Anyway, I got to bounce because it's time for bed.
Yeah, it's 3:14. I shall head that way as well.
4 hours right now.
4 hours, 13 minutes, and 17 seconds.
Yeah, I see it too.
Which means I'm not making a video tonight.
Hey, thanks for having me up as always.
No problem.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Good night, chat. Y'all have a good night. And KFARR, get some fucking sleep, bro. Good night.
I'll try. I'll get 2 hours. All right, folks. That is the conclusion of this stream. It's been a nice 4 hours. Let's call it before 4.5. So the reason for the Navy, my one grandfather was a Seabee during Vietnam, and my other grandfather was on a destroyer during Vietnam, both Navy. So me and my brother decided, hey, let's just join the Navy because we were both kind of bored, for lack of a better term. But yeah, we were both did that because that's what they did. Oh Lord! All right, everyone have a good day, because some people actually do things during the day. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. The day is young. The day is late. I don't sleep as it is, and I'm probably going to go upstairs and stare at the ceiling for 4 hours, get an hour of sleep, and then be back up to do this again. But yeah, everybody have a good, Thursday. I probably will make a video during lunch today, I guess. I was going to make a video after this, but it's been 4 hours, which is 3 hours longer than I was expecting to go, as per usual. But it'll be a JC News Now video. Everybody enjoy.